Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the Qatar Masters 2023. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony, and I'm delighted to be here with Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer. Jan Ludwig, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to this tournament. Seeing Magnus and Hikaru in the same field, but also together with a lot of players we don't get to see in a regular basis playing these top tournaments. I think it's going to be a great event.
Absolutely. As you say, we don't see them so often. And I think a lot of the players who are there are very excited to get maybe a once in a lifetime chance, to be facing Hikaru, to be facing Magnus. And today, it's a big field. There's 160 players. I see in the chat, someone is asking, is Rosen there too? Yes, Eric Rosen, one of the many people who have made their way to Qatar to be playing in this tournament. Do you know anything, John Ludwig, about Hikaru's opponent today, Vantika Agrawal?
No, I gotta say, this is a new player for me. I looked her up on the rating lists. She's I think she's quite young because she's born after the millennium, which is like for me, those people are tiny, but she's actually 21 years old at this stage. And yeah, she's one of the best Indian female players. And it's interesting because chess in India has had this amazing surge with Gukesh, who's in this tournament, with Ergaisi, who's in this tournament, and there's Pragnananda, who's playing the candidates. And like there are all these incredible Indian chess players. But actually, on the women's side, that top level hasn't materialized as much. Kunera Humpu, who was, the big star when I was growing up and moving up the ranks, she's still by far the best player on the women's side in India. And so many of these girls will be wanting to kind of showcase that same breakthrough the boys have. And I guess Vanika is one of the people who really want to show off their skills. And what better arena than to be getting the white pieces against Hikaru? This is the ultimate chance to show what you've got.
Absolutely. And I think the players had sometimes in open tournaments, the pairings come out just before the round, but I do believe they came out a few hours ago. So there will have been some time for the players to do a little bit of preparation. Not that it's an easy task, even if you get a few hours to prepare against Hikaru. I mean, where do you even begin? His opening repertoire is so wide. What do you think? What kind of approach will Hikaru take in today's game with the black pieces?
I think he's just going to be very aggressive. I think he knows the ratings indicate he's the better player. If he wants to win this tournament, he needs to get off to a good start because the tiebreak points are going to be quite important, potentially. Well, actually, I guess there's probably a playoff for first. But yeah, you're going to want to get off to a good start. So getting the win, even though you have the black pieces, is very important, and I think Hikaru's gonna go for the throat.
For sure. Last week I was commentating on the European Club Cup, which a certain Magnus Carlsen won with his team Offerspiel, and actually Magnus in his first game of that event opened against E4. He opened 1 A6. Do you think we might see something like that either in Hikaru or in Magnus's game today?
I mean, Magnus is playing with the white pieces, so I guess if Magnus wants to do something funky, he has sometimes played pawn to E3 on move 1. I think Hikaru is a bit more respectful than Magnus when it comes to the openings, and I think pawn to A6 is Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think Hikaru's gonna go for d4 on the board. The first move has arrived. I was gonna say he's gonna go for a Sicilian, but his opponent, she doesn't play the king's pawn. But now I think, yeah, the king's Indian is gonna be Hikaru's choice. A deceiving opening in which, oh wow, he goes for something different. Okay, so the king's Indian is when you try and move your bishop out on the side to point it in towards the middle. And what's interesting about the king's Indian is that you're kind of like the Loch Ness monster. You're not displaying your intentions immediately, but you're trying to build up for a surprise attack and startle and kill, essentially, your opponent. Whereas the strategy here chosen by Hikaru, going e6, and then d5. Wow, this is quite solid play. I'm surprised by this. So Vantika, she goes for the Catalan opening, in which she is the one trying to move the bishop out to the side, have it pointing down towards those important middle squares. Hikaru gives an early check on the king, which is a bit weird because after the bishop comes to block the check, the bishop actually moves back. And this is some very high-level intricacy thing where black argues that by moving the bishop one step forward, you could get the same position that will happen in the game. The only difference is the placement of the bishop. And Hikaru argues that the bishop is actually worse off having moved one square forward, which is difficult to understand because in general, we advocate developing your pieces, getting your pieces out. But the reasoning is that after this check, forcing the white bishop to come to block, you now prevent the white knight from using that square the bishop sits on. And having the knight on d2 is very important in this opening because it both protects the pawn on e4 and it protects the square on c4 and e4 to enable a pawn push there. So it's a very intricate opening, but it's all seen before. And then after bishop to g2, Hikaru goes knight e4. This is very uncommon. And that has caused Vantika to start thinking.
Okay, so let's take a look at this position. I guess you don't want to give up the bishop pair here as white?
Yeah, so you're fine giving away the bishop, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, so it's very strange for me to say such a thing. In general, I am a huge advocate of the two bishops. But in this position, if black were to go and capture that bishop, you would have first spent two moves. Well, first one move and then a move back with your bishop. And then you spent an excessive amount of moves with your knight. And you're spending too much time just to trade off this bishop when we just made the argument that this bishop is misplaced and you'd rather have the knight instead. And that kind of is the best explanation for why you don't want to take that bishop, because then the white knight gets to the square where it wants to go, protecting the pawn on c4, but also enabling a pawn push to e4 and the center next. So actually,
you're on some fine form with the colors today, Jan Ludwig. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to get off to a good start, you know. But yeah, no, I think one of the main points of this knight is to block the bishop. So in general, this Catalan bishop, we often call it, it is white's best piece in this opening. And what Hikaru is trying to do is essentially bury that bishop alive. First, he's putting the knight up. That knight can be challenged. Like instead of castling, Vantika can go knight c3 trying to challenge the knight. But then I believe Hikaru will go pawn to f5. And he's having a strategy here where he's solidifying his knight. And as long as the knight is there, or a pawn that can replace it, as long as there's something on this e4 square, the bishop will feel quite unhappy on... where's the red?
I think if you just click with the mouse, no?
Ah, yeah, true. I'm trying to be too fancy. But yeah, that's gonna kill the bishop for a prolonged period of time.
Okay, and interesting, knight e4 has really sent Vantika into the tank. By the way, guys, I think we will get video. We don't have it just yet. And I love that for this broadcast. So there's a lot going on. There's a big board, which is our analysis board. Then you see the smaller board that is Hikaru's live position. And then we also have Magnus's game, an eye on Magnus's game, who hasn't done anything crazy in the opening, as we can see early stages there. We'll probably take a look a bit later on. Yeah, very interesting opening approach by Hikaru. I like what he's done in that he's left the beaten path very soon, and clearly he just wants to get a game and not a theoretical debate with his young opponent.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's interesting to see him really rely on the main principles of chess, which is getting your pawns in the center, getting ready to castle early on, and having that central control while also throttling off the beaten path in order to make sure the opponent cannot just regurgitate some lines they learned.
What do you think if you were white, what would you do in this spot?
Well, I think it's normal to spend some time readjusting when your opponent is playing an unexpected move. I would do that myself. But at some point, you're going to have to make a move. And what my experience was playing against the top guys is that I spent more time than I normally would. Like when playing, for instance, the Norway chess tournament, competing against Hikaru, against Magnus, Anand, and so on, I would double and triple check my moves more than I would against other players. And that was very detrimental to my chances, because I ended up getting in time trouble over and over again. So that's something you have to be very aware of as the lower rated player. And especially for Vantika, who presumably doesn't have experience playing against such a renowned opponent previously, that's going to be tough. Because at some point, when you do a thing over and over, it becomes a habit, right? But the first time you do something, it's extremely difficult to know how you're going to kind of respond and kind of make it on the first attempt. But she does go for a move here, and that move is queen to c2, which eyes the knight and gives protection to the pawn. So a very sensible move, a typical placement for the queen in this opening, but not one that's going to challenge Hikaru immediately, I suspect. Castling or pawn to f5 would be my bet, and I would be wrong. Okay, pawn to c6.
Okay, not a very solid move, just solidifying the center. And I guess your moves are gonna come next. I imagine that Vantika will continue with her development. She might cancel now. She might play knight c3, and we'll probably see Hikaru get castled as well.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm very interested what happens when she plays knight to c3. I feel like clearly this move is going to have to happen at some point. And then the question becomes, does Hikaru take the knight? Does he take the bishop? Or does he reinforce the knight with the pawn? And all of those options have pros and cons. But clearly Hikaru is still in his preparation, though. Because look at the speed with which he played pawn to c6.
Yeah, I think after knight c3, I'm curious as well, but I think whatever it is, the move will probably come quickly. Hammer, there's a question for you in the chat relating to what you just said. Does double, triple checking actually help, or does it just cost you time?
I mean, the fact that you don't do it when you play lower rated players seem to suggest that it shouldn't help, right? Because it means at your normal level, you're not doing this. So by implementing it, you're either going to play better or worse, probably. And in my case, I felt like I played worse because I got into more time pressure. But it's one thing being aware that you're prone to doing it, and it's another thing to avoid it completely, because when playing against the top guys, you are more scared that one inaccuracy is going to turn everything around, as opposed to playing someone your own level at which playing bad moves is still going to be a big issue, but you can probably come back from it.
Speaking of time management and all that, it is day one of the tournament, so it might be a good idea to let you guys know what the time control is. As you can see, the players started with 90 minutes on the clock, so an hour and a half. They get a 30-second increment for move 1, and on move 40, they will get an extra half hour. So it's the most, I think, the most common classical time control that we see these days.
And that means we have a long broadcast in store. How do you feel, Fiona, having done, I guess, mostly rapid and well, actually, you said you just came from Albania and the European Clubs Cup. I guess for you, you do quite a lot of classical events, but for me, this is one of the rare classical commentaries I'm doing this year, and it's just the pace it's so different to what you get used to watching, like the Champions Chess Tour and similar events.
Do you enjoy it, or does it feel too slow?
Are you allowed as a chess player to say? I mean, Magnus has quite clearly stated he prefers the quicker time controls, right? And I feel like previously, before the pandemic, I definitely preferred classical, but I might be a convert. I mean, I definitely think classical should still have a big role in chess, but there is something very exciting about it.
For one, I'm happy to see, I mean, I enjoy watching the faster time controls. I think as a fan, it's just, you know, our attention span is getting shorter and shorter. And even though I enjoy classical chess, we don't have, 5 hours every day when following an event. I mean, unless we're commentating on it, I'm not going to be sitting around for 5 hours just waiting to follow a whole game. But I am excited that we see Hikaru and Magnus in such a wild, in such an open field in this long time control. And I'm very curious to see, will they manage to escape what's the word I'm looking for? Unscathed? You know what I'm trying to say?
Good. Yeah. Okay.
Against those lower rated players.
Castles is very, very sensible. And now once again, F5 castles would be my top choices. Those were my top choices on the previous move as well, but Hikaru did something else. So let's see what he has in store for us now. I gotta say though, Fiona, on the whole kind of rapid versus classical, I prefer classical to everything when I'm playing myself. Like classical, I wouldn't really want to play anything other than a classical tournament. I guess that also is because I do like taking my time making decisions, which I think all chess players are prone to. Hikaru doesn't go for any of the moves I've now advocated for twice in a row. Instead, knight to d7. I guess he's taking control of the e5 square, which could be very, very important for this game on account of black having the intention to play pawn to f5. So after, say, knight c3, I'm guessing pawn to f5 would be Hikaru's move. And then both these black pawns have progressed past the e5 square. And so since pawns can't go backwards, they can't get control of the e5 square, which means that the pieces will have to come in and take control there, because like there's white pieces very well positioned to try and get to those squares. So I'm guessing that's the intention, and then I'm not sure the order in which the plan should be executed, right? You could go f5 first and then say, well, this guy is going to come along later. You could castle. I mean, in general, castling is very sensible, and it's something you probably want to do at some point anyway, right? So what is the idea behind delaying castling? I mean, could there be an intention here from Hikaru to actually never castle? To like go, spend his first like 5 moves getting ready to castle, and then it just turned out to be a complete fake out?
I was wondering the same thing, I thought, okay, Hikaru, the fact that he plays knight d7 first means that he's just not revealing his hand just yet, keeping his opponent guessing as to what he is going to do. But I struggle to see the king staying in the middle of the board. I also struggle to see it going queenside. So I think he will castle eventually. But for now, he's keeping Vantika guessing, and she is spending a bunch of time. I think we both expect the move knight c3, and then Hikaru will have to reveal his hand.
Yeah, and that's such a good point. And I think that's the key to so many chess openings, that you want to stay flexible. You want to play the moves that you were going to do no matter what. And then kind of leave it to your opponent to say, okay, if they go for that plan, essentially there are some ways for your position to be better depending on how you respond to the opponent's plan. And if the opponent hasn't really revealed their plan yet, you don't know how to respond. So getting in these non-committal moves and trying to give the move back to the opponent for them to showcase their plan, it's so clever.
Absolutely. By the way, there's a question that has come up a few times now in the chat. Why is Hikaru playing someone so much lower rated than him? This is a Swiss tournament, which means if you have a field of 160 players, I don't think the pairings are accelerated either in this tournament. So it means in a field of 160 players, you cut the field in half. So number 1 will play number 81, number 2 will play number 82, and so on and so forth. So, of course, with every round, as long as Hikaru keeps winning, his opponents will get stronger and stronger.
And I mean, I don't know how much Americans we have. It's quite early still in the US. But Europeans will become a lot more familiar with this Swiss system, as it's called, in the next couple of years, because the Champions League of soccer. Oh God, I just started something, didn't I?
Yeah, I was going to let you off the hook.
No, well, I learned English in the US. That's my excuse. But yeah, the Champions League of soccer is going to implement a Swiss system instead of the current group stage. I think starting next season.
I haven't heard of that. That's fascinating.
No, it's very, very, very interesting. I think a lot of people are going to hate it, but for chess, it's perfect.
Yeah, we'll get surely. I think a lot of pairs of eyes are gonna. New pairs of eyes are going to come to chess. In the game, Vantika is still thinking, should we take a quick look at Magnus's opening?
Let's do that. So let me just move over. And we have a Slav defense, it would appear. Let me just start from move 1. So Magnus Magnus actually starting with the English opening. But when Srihari played c6, Magnus went back into the queen's pawn openings by pushing his d pawn forward. This is known as the Slav, very solid. Black creates pawns protecting each other up the board. Knights getting into play. And then Magnus, like Vantika, goes for the fianchetto.
The Catalan really has been all the rage lately. I mean, as I mentioned, was just commentating at the European Club Cup in Albania, and I lost count of how many Catalans we saw daily. And the man who has popularized it so much is, of course, Magnus himself, I would say.
Yeah, because Magnus played a lot of systems involving these fianchetto bishops when you get the bishop out to the side, pointing in towards the center. He played that pretty much exclusively, I feel, in the World Championship match, his last. He won against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it was really interesting to see how Magnus had made specific preparations, and he also talked about this in interviews afterwards, about sacrificing pawns on c4. So the way Hikaru played was with the pawn on e6 and having these pawns protecting each other up the board. But when black goes with this other pawn instead, it's much more real, the threat to capture white's pawn, because even if white normally regains the pawn very quickly, here, because you have this built-in feature of the pawns being able to protect each other afterwards, black can hold on to that extra pawn way more commonly. But Magnus, for that World Championship match, he said that he had been studying a lot of positions even positions like these ones, where white is just down a pawn, but has the ability to expand with the pawns in the center, which are doing a great job of restricting black's pieces. And this was a strategy he worked on for the World Championship, and which he also displayed some of that work in the months after the match, showcasing a lot of gambit openings that he hadn't commonly played previously. So I would say, I mean, poor guy, Srihari, the international master from India, he's actually getting a taste of the leftovers Magnus had from the World Championship match.
But if we look at the clock times, it looks like he came well prepared.
Yeah, so he went out with the bishop, which is sensible, because having these pawns protect each other, that's optimal. This is the same pawn formation that we see Hikaru using in his game. However, there's one major difference: the placement of the bishop. Hikaru has the bishop back where it started on c8. And then that bishop is being blocked by the pawns. Here, instead, Srihari is first developing the bishop. We say that the bishop is outside the pawn chain. And it has much freer opportunities to put pressure down on white's position. However, the drawback which Magnus displays is that the bishop is prone to an attack from the white knight, and Magnus secures the bishop pair for himself, but in doing so also spends quite a bit of time using that knight, moving it around to capture the bishop. So interesting strategic duel. We see Magnus then wanting to open up to recapture the pawn and succeeds in that fact. Black castles quickly. And then look at this, Magnus bringing the queen out early, attacking the pawn on f5. That pawn gets very nice protection. Notice how all of black's pawns are working together. But then h3, very sneaky move. Magnus is hoping to go g4, and then if a trade happens, Magnus would manage to open up for his rook down towards the black king. But he hasn't played g4 just yet, which is not obvious why not to me, because g4 threatens the pawn, and if there's a trade, this looks absolutely massive for Carlsen.
Yeah, let's go back again to the position after g4. What can black do?
Well, according to the computer, there's only one acceptable move here. And that's actually, there's a saying in chess that an attack on the flank should be met by a counter in the center. And that's illustrated here by the computer saying pawn to c5 is the only acceptable move. And then I guess after takes, I mean, then Magnus would be up a pawn, which looks kind of nice to me. I really do love a free pawn. So
yeah,
I don't really know.
Looking.
Yeah, I don't really know why Magnus didn't go for this. This seemed kind of nice, and instead Magnus just castles.
Yeah, I think that explains his time management. He must have spent a lot of time looking at g4. We want to find out right now why he rejected it, but I'm with you. It looked very promising. It looks like his opponent is pausing for the first time in this game, and we've had a couple of developments in Hikaru's game, so let's move back there. So the hand was revealed at long last. Vantika did play knight c3, and Hikaru  Hikaru  met that with pushing the pawn to f5.
Yeah, interesting strategy from Hikaru. Moving the knight a second time, which is generally not advised. In general, you're said to only move your pieces once until you have all the pieces working together. Hikaru kind of broke that general rule when he moved the knight a second time into the center. But the reason for it was he wanted to be able to use this pawn as a support for the knight later on. And Hikaru now with the placement on e4, either with the knight or if a trade happens, there will be a pawn. But this pawn or piece on e4 is going to do a really good job of blocking white's bishop out of the game. And so that's really what Hikaru's playing at right now, that the Catalan bishop, famed for being excellent pointing down the diagonal, here we can see Hikaru's just putting one roadblock in the way after another, just completely trying to put that bishop out of business.
It's a tricky spot as well. What do you do as white? You have almost fully completed your development. Maybe you can improve the rooks. I don't know, rook c1, rook d1 might be on the cards. But what is your long-term plan here as white?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting position. I've tried to play like this myself with the black pieces. And I do think there is a case to be made for attacking. Like black could potentially, if we use your plan with the rooks, right? Black could potentially just say, let's go. Let's bring it and just make all those pawn moves up on the left flank of the board. The issue then becomes that if you're not successful in just gung-hoing against the white king, then you're probably going to die facing the white rooks if white manages to open up. So it's a really, really enterprising position where even though it arose from a solid opening, this is very much one of those cases where white is going to try to open up, try and create avenues to attack and exploit the development advantage. So white is going to try and get as many pawns traded off as possible. And one of the main plans for that to happen is to try and just put all the pawns up against each other so that you create openings for the rook to attack down later on, something like this. And then you're going to just try and use both your rooks working down the queen side to put massive pressure there. That's going to be white's plan, getting rid of as many pawns as possible on the queen side. And then Hikaru is going to have to make a really difficult decision on whether he wants to just attack like a madman or whether he needs to be a bit more cautious and respectful of white's plans as well.
I have to say, I don't think we will see him go all out because he is by far the higher rated player. You said it yourself. If the attack fails and your king gets stuck in the center, you could just lose. So unless Hikaru has checked this with an engine before and he knows that the attack is sound, that his king will be safe, I feel like there's no need to go all out.
Well, I mean, you don't need to know that it's sound. You just need to know that it's interesting, right? And if you know some of the plans, some of the nuances, you got to remember, even though Hikaru has become a much older man the last couple of years, both in real life and wisdom, but also in playing style. Hikaru went from being this crazy attacking player to being like the solid, all-round, no weaknesses kind of guy. But even though, I mean, he's better than ever. Well, maybe not better than ever, but like his world rank is back up to 3. So he was number 2 at some point, but he's getting back to his best version of himself. And that is through just having no weaknesses, which is like such a good strategy or style, because Magnus actually spoke about this, and I thought it was very interesting. If you have preferences, you have weaknesses. Like if you prefer, you need to be good at everything, because once you say I prefer attacking, that means okay, probably your positional play is lacking something for you to have that preference. And I think Hikaru has become the player that you need to be to perform at the top level these days. But hiding inside is still that kid that played the King's Indian, that had these crazy Kasparovian attacks. And that kid could very well make an appearance in this game, because Hikaru knows I'm not playing Magnus, I'm not playing, Wesley So, I'm not playing a top tier player, but I'm still playing a good player. And in order to win, I have to make something happen. And I think he's going to channel his inner kid, the King's Indian attacking genius that he was known as in his youth. And I think that's going to be his strategy for this game.
Drewsmat is saying at GMHikaru, so you think Hikaru will castle and still build a kingside attack? I think you're saying he's not going to castle, right? Or...
Well, I was saying he's not going to castle, but I also do think that castling doesn't necessarily make the kingside attack worse, because you're going to have to put your king somewhere. And castling is going to be a completely fine. It's not going to prevent you from doing the crazy pawn storm plan.
One thing that worries me greatly for Vantika is her time management. We are only on move 9, and she has already spent a third of her allotted time, and that is a big concern. I wonder if there's a part of her that's really worried about this kingside attack that might be on the cards.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Hikaru's done such a great job, I think, with this opening approach of hiding his intention and keeping his cards close to his chest. And she must be wondering, do I have to... I mean, can white ever... If you play h4, that's only going to encourage the attack, right? You can't really... Is there any way you can try and make the attack less effective?
Moving pawns in front of your king when you're expecting your opponent to attack your king, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not a big fan. Computer thinks it's a completely fine move though. So if she has it in her, that would be quite impressive. But I would definitely be too scared for that. And also I want to talk about this point you're making about Hikaru staying flexible. While I do agree with your sentiment, I also do think that Vantika is... I don't think she's scared of Hikaru going for a positional approach here. I think the only thing she's scared of is him just completely annihilating her on the king side. So I do think that her main focus right now is all about how do I deal with this attack. She responds by capturing on e4, which is a typical way of trying to stop this attack, because after the recapture now from Hikaru, what will happen is that the knight is attacked, it will have to move away. But compared to when black had this knight on e4, what could happen now is that white goes f3, getting the trade, which would then open up for the bishop once again. And two of the black pieces that was positioned on e4 and d5, blocking the bishop's hopes of contributing, both of those pieces have now been removed, and white has a good position. So this is her dream right now. She's trying to breathe life into her bishop again, but it comes at the cost of making this trade between the knights, which will allow Hikaru to advance. And the question becomes then, number one, which pawn does Hikaru recapture with? Very difficult decision. And then after the recapture happens, the question becomes, can Hikaru here seize the moment before white challenges the pawn in the center? And a move such as e5 here, attacking white's central pawn, trying to get the knight up in the middle. And then if f3 happens, you can start, utilizing your development to make counterattacks on white's position. This is the kind of thing that Hikaru is going to be looking for now.
Let's talk a little bit about pros and cons of capturing with the D pawn versus capturing with the F pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so taking with the F pawn, I always see a semi-open F file.
I'm laughing because it's such a difficult decision, and I'm really curious what you're gonna say here, because I don't want to be the one to speak first.
I'm not sure myself. Okay, I think one thing is here we won't get a pawn storm. That's out of the question now. We're not gonna see the G and H pawns run up by themselves. So yeah, con, we're not seeing a pawn storm any longer. Pro, I have a semi-open F file. John Ludwig, bail me out. This is such a tricky one. I've let you wrote here.
I think it's pretty much a 50-50 decision.
Yeah.
My impression is that you should generally take with the D pawn, but I have no idea why I think that. I just, sometimes you have an instinct and you just got to trust that you did enough training that your instinct is right, even though you cannot really explain it. That being said, taking with the D pawn, the computer suggests white should go knight to e5. And then after the knights are traded, well, then this becomes a completely symmetrical position. Very difficult for black to win. So not only is there the consideration which move is better, you also have to consider which move is more likely to give me the win. And here, Hikaru, I do think, like, objectively speaking, I do think taking with the D pawn, probably the right choice. Though I'm really struggling to kind of explain why. It's my instinct. But practically speaking, yeah, maybe not the best choice, because if Vantika then goes knight to e5, it becomes very, very tricky for Hikaru to win this position.
Okay, let's take a closer look at F takes.
Yeah.
So knight e5, is that still an option? Doesn't look as tempting, does it?
Well, the thing is, you can still do it, and you're still probably going to get a trade between the knights. But at least here, there's an imbalance, with black having a pawn on the D file, white having a pawn on the F file. And yeah, just immediately, maybe this can be beneficial, just attacking the pawn on E5. Because previously, white could very easily move the bishop to defend. But here you could imagine some scenario in which this pawn manages to move forward and kick the bishop away from its defensive positioning. Also, I wonder how the tension between the black and white pawn, who does that favor? I mean, for instance, a trade here would quite clearly favor black, because if you trade, then Hikaru manages to open up for this bishop, which was not having a great time being blocked in both directions by its own pawns. But here it's it would celebrate a trade in the center. And so that could be part of the reason why you would want to actually take back with the F pawn in this instance, because that actually makes it easier to get this bishop into the game, which is kind of ironic to say easier, given that, you know, this bishop is very much completely trapped behind black pieces right now. But long term, I do think taking with the F pawn is going to be the better choice for the bishop.
Interesting. I think you mentioned how difficult this decision is of how to recapture, and I think the Hikaru's time usage is confirmation of that. He had blitzed out all his previous moves. He's now been thinking for at least 7 minutes about how to recapture. I do think we'll see F takes. Did we look at if F takes? What if the knight doesn't jump forward but jumps backwards, maybe to E1?
Yeah, the problem with going to E1 is that then your knight is just blocked in every direction. So I think instinctively it feels very wrong, because if you're not able to get that knight into the game very, very quickly, you're just going to lose on account of the knight being poorly placed, also standing in the path of the other pieces. It's just not good. That being said, after castles and then pawn to F3, if white is successful in what is her plan, trading those knights in the center, the plan always was to challenge the black pawn that then arrives on that square. And if Hikaru just agrees to such a trade, the knight could then return, having eliminated that very annoying E4 knight and breathing very good life into the white bishop, which will also benefit from pawn to E4 coming in pretty soon, after which there will be so much pressure on black's pawn, which this black pawn is currently the only reason the bishop is not a complete monster. So yeah, it's knight to E1 is a very ambitious move, but it's also very dependent on nothing happening in the next two moves. Because if Hikaru manages to create some counter chances or create something, not be cooperative in allowing the knight back into the game, then you might really, really regret that placement long term.
Don Ludwig, while Hikaru thinks, shall we check back in with Magnus and see what has happened there?
Yeah, let's do that. So Magnus, I think Magnus felt like that his opponent was still in their preparation, given how quickly they had played. And I think Magnus just feels like, I'm white against a 2400. I'm not saying 2400s are bad players. I'm just saying Magnus is ridiculously good. And Magnus felt like right now I'm playing a computer. That's like 3,200. I don't need to play this pawn to g4 move and try and figure out how he's going to try to exploit the pressure he has on my king in the center. I'd rather just castle my king, play it safe, and then somehow I will outmaneuver him with the bishop pair in the long term. I think that's pretty much Magnus's thinking. And h4 on the board, h5, sorry, makes a lot of sense to me because now two black pawns are controlling the g4 square.
Yeah, I wonder
so
why
you're
is
preventing
being given a question mark.
Yeah, no, it's a very logical looking move. The question mark is intriguing. And look at this. Magnus' response getting an exclamation point. Rook to e1. So
Based engine.
Well, maybe Magnus is just very good at chess. Maybe he realized that he didn't need to go for this g4 as an attacking plan. In general, when you have the bishops, you want to get rid of a couple of pawns because pawns often block the path of bishops. And just to make that point, we can look at this pawn on e3, blocking the white bishop from getting into an attack. So what can we do? Well, Magnus says, I'll move this pawn forward. And then I'll open up for my bishop. And man, he's also opening up for his rook. And now this rook is standing on the same file as the black queen. And there's going to be quite a bit of pressure here. I mean, already Magnus has pretty good activity pointing down on the black king, pointing down on the black queen, the knight. Magnus just starting already to create an attack by opening up in the middle. And the computer approves, which is why it thought preventing pawn to g4 was a mistake on account of Magnus then switching to pawn to e4 and getting the rook into play.
Yeah, time is evening up in this game, and I'm liking Magnus's position very much. That final position we had on the board there, when e4 was pushed, black already had a very tight rope to walk to not just be lost on the spot. I think just one move, that's sometimes what it takes. This has taken a very serious turn for the worse for Magnus's opponent. I see that Hikaru is still thinking, so a very big decision. So I think, well, let me see. Okay. Shall we take, I'm not sure I was wondering, shall we go on a quick break now because the action is a little bit slow at the moment? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's good. Let me just quickly go back to Hikaru's game so that we just remember what's happening. And what we are waiting for is Hikaru having to make the decision which pawn to use to recapture the white knight. And I like to think that, well, I like to say that you only need to give a chess player an option between two different moves, and they can spend an eternity trying to consider that. And that's pretty much what we have here. There's only two moves Hikaru's considering, but those two moves are so different and they have such a big long-term impact on the game that he's spending a lot of time now trying to make sure he makes the right call.
Okay, so we'll see. I expect we will see a move by the time we return from the break. So don't go anywhere. This is only round one. We're only getting started. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of round one of the Qatar Masters. And Jon Ludwig Hikaru took almost 20 minutes, but in the end decided to capture with the F-pawn.
Yeah, and the long think really showcases what a difficult decision this was, and the fact that he took with the F pawn, which we also kind of predicted, I think tells us that he doesn't want to draw. He wants to create an unbalanced game, and he believed that if he took with the other pawn, then after knight to e5, there would probably be a trade of knights and a position where both players have doubled pawns on the e file, but where the fact that both players have A pawns, both players have B pawns and C pawns, and on this other side, the same thing. The fact that all the pawns are on the same files drags towards a draw because of the symmetry inherent in the position. So I think Hikaru, he wants to win on the first day. He wants to get off to a good start, and he chose to use the F pawn instead for that reason. Now Vantika, she still moves the knight up. We did discuss a knight to e1, but I think that's strategically very risky. Yes, if you manage to push the pawn to f3 and challenge the black pawn in the center, and if you get your knight back, a position such as this one would be amazing for white. But I suspect Hikaru wouldn't be very cooperative, and he would try to exploit the fact that this knight briefly has no squares to move to. And that could be a massive problem for white's position. So I think it's very sensible of her to move up, inviting the trade between the knights, which Hikaru accepts. And here we get the reasoning for why Hikaru chose to take with the F pawn, because here, even though the trade between the knights happened and we no longer have any knights left on the board, here, there's not a symmetry in that white has a pawn on the F file that black does not have, and also black has a pawn on the D file, which white doesn't have. So there's more imbalance to the position as a result of Hikaru's decision. And you made this point earlier, Fiona, that if you're going to make the pawn storm attack on the king side, you need to have 3 pawns working on that together. And now with the F pawn having moved into the center, probably a better positioning for that pawn, but it's not going to be able to contribute to an attack. So Hikaru instead safely castles, which now has the benefit of pointing the rook down the board on the semi-open file as a result of black's pawn having moved out of the way.
One thing I'm wondering is, can the pawn on e5 become a weakness? Can we somehow try to round that pawn up?
I would say definitely. That's going to be Hikaru's main goal now, because this pawn is cut off from the rest of white's army. Yeah, white could go f4, but then we have the option of the special en passant move, where you take the pawn that went forward 2 steps, you can capture it as if it only went 1 square forward, which looks kind of weird when you execute it, just capturing an empty square. But it would be the same as if the pawn went 1 square forward and then captured. That ability Hikaru has of making that capture also means that it's not going to be so easy for Vantika to keep that e5 pawn protected, because even when you try and bring reinforcements, the reinforcements can get captured immediately.
Yeah, I guess she will try to take you with the e pawn and try to push the pawn to f4. That way, setting up that pawn chain.
Yeah.
And also opening up the bishop from g2 at the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, from a distance, this looks very nice for white. But when you look at the eval bar, the computer's evaluation, you can see that it's saying minus 0.42. So despite having those pawns protecting each other off the board beautifully, despite having that Catalan bishop pointing down, computer says, well, after bishop to a6, Hikaru's got some stuff going on as well, putting pressure towards white's pieces.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought that white would have achieved more or less everything she wanted here, but that bishop on a6, which was stuck behind the pawns before, suddenly comes out and makes a huge difference to the position. So Vantika, she's in the tank again after Hikaru's last move, which was castles. And a tough decision for her to make. I mean, if she doesn't push the f pawn, what else could she be considering?
Okay.
No? I get an answer.
Honestly, I was gonna say she's not gonna consider anything else. That was gonna be my response. But she has considered, and she decides to improve the worst placed piece, which is also a very nice, sensible chess saying. They say you got to talk to your pieces. And while there are people who actually genuinely talk to their pieces, I think it's mostly meant metaphorically. And having a chat with your pieces is gonna, the rook on a1 is gonna say, I'm not really doing much, boss. Put me in, coach. And that's what Vantika does. And it's no accident where she puts the rook. She puts the rook on the only file in which there are no white pawns. In general, rooks actually hate their own pawns. If it was up to rooks, pawns could just, go.
Okay, I think we get the
point. Because the white pawns are always in the way for the white rooks, and conversely for black, the black rooks are always in the way, and the black pawns are always in the way of black's rooks. Which is why this rook was very happy to see the pawn actually capture in towards the center, because it means it moves away, allowing the black rook to point down on white's position. And same idea here from white. Not having a white pawn blocking the path means that the rook may point down on a black pawn instead. And that's a big difference, because you can capture your own pawns. Maybe you should be able to do that. Maybe that's the chess 2.0 upgrade that we're all waiting for. But you can capture the opponent's pawns. So whenever the opponent is blocking your pieces, it's sad, but at the same time, it means that you're also putting pressure on them.
Jon Ludwig, question from chat from Yolovin me. Question to Hammer. If we set up Hikaru's current piece positioning against Hikaru's on one board, who wins?
Hikaru playing himself in this position.
Yeah, I was confused as well.
Well, you're the one who brought it up without reading it.
No, I did read it. It was meant to be a joke, but it didn't turn out as funny as I hoped. No, I think the question is if he was playing with the white. No. Yeah, if he was playing himself.
Well, then
Maybe
it
the
would
question
probably
is
be a
more
draw.
like, what's the objective evaluation? I'm not sure. I really should have. No, they're both pieces against each other.
I'm not sure that clarified anything, YOLO. Both pieces against each other. I mean, we're not native English speakers, but on the other hand, I'm guessing you're not either. So maybe we're better qualified than most to understand what you're saying. But we have failed. We are failing right now. I think he means Hikaru playing against himself. That's my interpretation, and I'm sticking to it.
By the way, for those of you, the cameras, we are still working on that. We know that there are cameras on Hikaru, and we'll try to have them up as soon as possible. Now, Rook 81 has been played. If you're Hikaru, I guess you also talk to your pieces, and maybe the queen says, I want to get out from the d file where the opponent's rook is looking at me.
Yeah. But honestly, I'm not sure the queen is the priority here, though. If I'm talking to my pieces, I'm looking at this guy and this guy. And the situation is sad. The bishop on c8, not having a great time, being blocked by the pawn on e6 and the pawn on b7. Speaking of pawns kind of annoying the rest of the pieces. Can't live without them, but sometimes you just wish they'd, once again, bugger off. Can I say that? Is that still bad?
I think that's fine. That's very PC, I think.
But I mean, for an American audience, it's. I already said soccer, and now I'm saying bugger, and that's gonna. I've alienated both sides of the Atlantic in an hour.
It doesn't happen like
great.
You're doing good. Like, what's next? Who are we gonna alienate next?
The Irish, probably.
Yeah. I think soccer was already. They probably already took that as an offense. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So if you're talking to your bishop and your rook, does that mean you want to play b6?
I mean, so this bishop has two squares it can go to. It can do a job on h5. It can try and point down on this white pawn. And it can also do a job on a6, pointing down on that same white pawn. And then it becomes a question of counting, I think. Because we can get to this square in 2 moves by moving the pawn up and bishop forward. And we're going to have to spend 3 moves to get to the h5 square. So from just a counting perspective, it's better to go b6 and the bishop out. But thinking about it now, I've made the realization that if we go b6, white may trade the pawns in the center. And optimally, we want to recapture with the e-pawn to open up here for the bishop. However, as a result of us breaking up this very nice pawn chain with the pawns protecting each other, by moving the pawn forward, we kind of ruined that. And here, if we recapture with our e-pawn, we've left the c-pawn prone to being captured by the white queen. So, if the trade in the center happens, you have to take back with the c-pawn, but then it's back to the symmetrical position. Hikaru really wants to win. He doesn't really want to make equal trades unless it's a further imbalancing of the
I
situation.
mean, it's not really symmetrical, though, is it? What's your definition of symmetrical?
Yeah, no, that's fair, but it's way more symmetrical than, say, if she had captured in the center now immediately, right? So the tension between the pawns is always going to be there. And at some point, you're likely to see this trade. But when the trade happens, you want to be in a position where you can undouble your pawns, which will also make it much easier for you to attack the white pawn on e5 in the future. So I would really like to recapture with the e pawn. And I am wondering, that might actually be a reason in itself to invest an extra move for the bishop in order to avoid spoiling these pawns working together. So bishop to d7. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Computer didn't like that move. And we do respect the computer, our overlords.
Hikaru actually plays b6.
Okay. I was onto something with the bishop and talking to your worst place piece, but I seem to have made the wrong conclusion.
1 out of 2 ain't bad. Okay, so
it's
let's
average. I strive for average.
Huh?
I try to be average in my life. I dream of being average.
Oh, Hammer, we finally got the cameras working.
Let's go.
Great news. So we see Hikaru there. As he has just played b6 and Vantika, who is leaning over there for a second. So let's take a closer look at what happens if she takes on d5.
Yeah, so take on d5, takes back. Well, now Hikaru has to address the pressure from the white queen. So he needs to recapture with the c pawn. But maybe the argument he's making is that if those pawns get traded, it's going to benefit the bishop when it does arrive on the a6 square. Because now there's not a pawn on c4 blocking it, and it can directly put pressure on the e2 pawn. Also, interesting, if Vantika tries to go f3, which was her plan when she traded off the knights in the center, she wanted to, at a later stage, challenge the black pawn in the center with her pawn. Now, bishop to c5 might be more tempting because this bishop has protection from the b6 pawn. Which is probably why the computer is recommending bishop to e3. The intention of this move is to prevent bishop to c5 and then go pawn to f3, because having the pawn to f3 challenge the black pawn on e4 is so massive for white. In terms of letting this bishop back into the game, because right now this bishop is awful. The black pawns are just completely blocking the bishop out of the game. So pawn to f3 needs to be her priority. And if pawn to f3, bishop to c5 is a bit awkward for the king, then bishop e3 followed by pawn to f3 is going to be Great.
I have a question about that position after bishop e3. I see that the computer says there's only one move here for black to be okay in this position. That move is queen e8. Is that because the threat of f3 is just that powerful?
Well, here is the threat of bishop takes
Ah,
e4.
that's the threat, of course, yes. Okay.
So if Hikaru continues with his plan of getting the bishop, putting pressure on white's pawns, the issue is that this white bishop, being completely blocked out of play by the pawn on e4, suddenly is no longer blocked as it captures the black pawn. And we can't recapture because, well, like you said earlier, there was an issue. When white puts the rook on the same file as the black queen, very often your instinct is to move the queen away. And it didn't seem like there was much going on because there were two pieces blocking the rook's path. But then in the next two moves, both of those pieces moved out of the way in that you can't capture the bishop without letting the queen being captured. So yeah, no, bishop e3. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm really liking this bishop move. I think if Vantika plays bishop e3 here, she has a very nice position.
Mm-hmm. And bishop e3 is kind of logical, don't you think?
It's perfectly logical because her previous move was talking to the rook, and the rook said, "Put me in, coach. I want to get involved." And she put it on the file where it could point down towards the queen. What is stopping the rook from actually making threats down towards the queen? Well, it's white's bishop. So, I mean, in my mind, she has two moves. She's going to go either bishop to e3 or bishop to c3. But I think for sure she's moving the bishop because she wants to have that rook putting pressure on black's queen.
Yeah, and if you're going to move the bishop, I mean, moving it to e3 makes so much more sense to cover that c-file entry square than the bishop on c3, where it's not so clear what's the bishop doing there.
Yeah, and the bishop pointing
defending
in towards its own pawn. Bishops don't really like having their own pawns blocking their path. Plus, if the bishop goes to e3, then the queen can go to c3 if necessary to keep this pawn protected. So it's about how to maximize the value of all your pieces. If the bishop goes to c3, then you're going to have a defensive bishop. But if the queen goes to c3 and the bishop goes to e3, it's like, yeah, the queen is doing a defensive task while also pointing down potentially the c file. And she does go bishop e3.
Wow.
I think Hikaru's in trouble. I'm really not liking Hikaru's position because next move is pawn to f3. And then the massive problem of the g2 bishop is, I mean, it's not going to be solved, but it's not going to be as bad.
Yeah, so this is the position actually where I mentioned there is only one move here, I think, for black to remain fine, which is the queen now has to step out of the d file. And why is queen e8? Oh, well, Hikaru did it because on c7 you step into the c file, and then white can take on d5 twice.
Very sneaky. Sacrificing your rook for the pawn, but if the pawn accepts the sacrifice, it opens up between the queens, allowing the white queen to come in, capture black's queen, and that's going to be a GG. So, yeah, Hikaru did play queen e8 instantly when he sat down at the board. So clearly he thought this was going to happen. And now f3 for me, the only move really worth considering. at this stage, because of her time management, she should just make this move instantly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still so early doors. What are we move? Where was the move number? I can't even see. Move 15.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be an issue for her. And especially now when she quite clearly only has one okay move. It's going to be she needs to make the decision quickly.
And Jan Ludwig, while Vantika is thinking, there are some people asking, is that Magnus behind Hikaru on the cam? Yes, his haircut is very recognizable these days. So shall we quickly check in with Magnus?
Yeah, and I think I saw someone saying that Magnus is making stuff happen right now. And wow, a second exclam move in a row. So Magnus wanted to go pawn to e4, which would activate for the white rook. And not to mention the white bishop. The bishop then would be able to open up, getting in to the g5 square if that pawn was able to push forward. And in order to prevent that pawn from moving forward, which would activate both the bishop and the rook, black goes knight e4, simply just blocking the pawn from progressing. And Magnus took this opportunity to revert back to the other plan he had, which was pawn to g4. And now he's challenging the black pawn on f5. And this pawn is so crucial in defending the knight. And the pawn now gets caught in a big issue that it can't both avoid being captured, but also keep the protection on the knight at the same time.
How do you even deal with this as black? I mean, he has been in the tank, but I mean, I see the engine bar says +1. I mean, to my naked eye, it almost looks bordering on lost already.
Well, I guess you have to move the knight away, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, probably you want to make the trade, because after the trade, now you can move your f5 pawn without losing the knight in the center. But then takes queen g5 looks sensible, pointing down on white's pawn, and the white pawn cannot move because of the king. And what the computer is saying here is that Magnus can even go something like e4, opening up for the bishop to attack the queen. Black's queen captures the pawn on g4, gives a check, attacks the white queen, gets a trade. This is a position where black is up a pawn, and the computer says it's completely hopeless. Because it's not just about how many pawns you have, it's about the placement of your pieces and also the placement of the pawns, which right here is incredible.
And here we also see a beautiful bishop pair in action. I think there is a very good chance Magnus is going to have a very painful, I mean, I think Magnus's opponent is about to have a very painful day, is what I'm trying to say. This position does not look good at all. Of course, this isn't on the board yet, but good little luck to black trying to come up with a defense.
I mean, I don't understand. Well, I feel like he kind of has to go for this, but then this is kind of sad. Not to mention the fact that if Magnus wants to, he can probably regain the pawn pretty much instantly. So it's not even going to be up a pawn.
Yeah, and he could even get an attack, I think, against the black king if both rooks swoop onto the H file. You could even, after rook takes g4, maybe the f pawn can storm forward. I mean, even though the queen's off the board, that doesn't mean that the black king is safe here.
Yeah. So yeah, it's looking kind of grim. It's looking kind of grim here for Shrihari.
It happened so fast. I mean, Shrihari, he played the opening so fast, and then after Magnus castled, it went downhill so fast as well.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, Vantika has made a move, and she has played f3.
I mean, anything other than that would have shocked me. So do you want to go back there?
Yeah, I think so. And let's try and figure out how Hikaru is going to...
Well, there's quite a... This move, I feel like, is fairly straightforward, right? If you don't capture White's pawn is going to capture you.
Yeah. I'm following you so far.
Sometimes chess is really difficult, but sometimes also it's really not. I mean, unless Hikaru is some kind of a genius. Like, okay, let me humor me on this, Fiona.
Yeah.
If Hikaru goes something like bishop to a6, and Vantika captures, how is actually I was gonna go d4, but the principle is kind of the same. Like, say Hikaru just captures with his pawn away from White's pawn. We will then have a position where White suddenly has tripled pawns.
Here is your chance, Jon Ludwig, to get on the bad side of the Irish. You know that this is called the Irish Pawn Center.
Not in Norway. Not in Norway. In Norway, it's called the Swedish pawns. But yes.
Are you serious? You are, I guess, yeah?
No, we kind of made it up. We had Yovi telling us about how these were called Irish pawns. And then we decided, well, we're in Norway, so we're going to call them Swedish.
I think it was Tony Miles who actually came up with it. Because some guy in one of the Irish players in the Olympiad way back when had these terrible pawns. And I think Tony Miles then baptized them the Irish pawns. Yeah. So anyway, back to the game. Those pawns, they do not look good, but wait.
They look absolutely awful. I was going to make the point that even after d4, like a position where White is up 2 pawns, like how are you ever going to use these for anything? Computer says White is winning, but I'm like thinking this should be okay for Black. Even down 2 pawns, because the White pawns, the only thing they're really doing is blocking the White bishops. They're like actively standing in the path. Like White would love to actually get rid of one of these pawns so that the bishop could actually do something instead of just pointing in towards the pawn. So also for Hikaru, who's desperately trying to win this game, I feel like these kind of moves, trying to create the maximum amount of imbalance, is going to be what he's looking for.
I mean, if he hasn't captured yet, he must be considering bishop a6 is what you're saying, huh?
Yeah, because if you just go for the trade immediately, it's very difficult to see where in White's position you're going to be able to put a lot of pressure, because White is very close to getting this pawn formation you talked about with the pawns protecting each other up the board. And this is a really nice and solid way of using your pawns, and it's that's gonna be really, really tricky for Hikaru to break down. And in fact, the computer says black is significantly worse. So if not for Vantika's time management, she might get a proper upset here if Hikaru doesn't if Hikaru plays into White's hands.
And even the time is evening up, which is, I think, a sign that Hikaru is not loving his position ever since, he's went into the tank to make the decision on how to recapture on e4. He's been spending a bunch of time, and yeah, we'll see here. What is he going to do? Is he going to take on f3? Is he going to play bishop a6? I have to say, hats off to Vantika, who really has been playing a fantastic game so far.
Yeah, she's played really well, but really slowly. And that could come back to haunt her.
So it's move 15 now. That means she has to make 25 moves before the time control. She has 42 minutes.
That doesn't sound too bad in itself. Yeah. But if you consider her average amount of time spent per move thus far, so far she spent 45 minutes. So she spent a little more than 3.5 minutes per move. So if she continues spending 3.5 minutes per move, she's gonna lose on time in 13 moves. That is good. That's the other way of putting it, right? So she's gonna have to speed up significantly because 13 moves, that's 28, and they don't get additional time until move 40. So yeah, she really needs to speed up, but so far the quality of her moves has been really excellent.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, shall we take a deeper dive into the positions that arise if Hikaru takes on f3? Or do we go back to Magnus?
No, I'd rather look at the positions where Hikaru allows his pawn in the center to be captured and have these Irish pawns.
So is there any way to do that other than bishop a6?
So what I kind of want to have happen is pawn to c5. And then if white captures on e4, I'll be able to go pawn to d4. And then I will have this pawn, and white will have these awful tripled pawns in the center. This is the kind of thing I kind of want to have happen. However, if I go c5, then I leave the protection of the d5 pawn. So that just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
what are you thinking about?
No. I guess I'm saying bishop a6. Yes, is the only way to not capture. And then after takes, I guess we take on c4, and this becomes the critical position for the assessment.
But let me ask you another question. After bishop a6, does she have to take on e4?
Well, if she doesn't take on e4, she's going to lose her c4 pawn. I mean, white could capture in the center. Oh, yeah, I guess you could capture in the center with the argument that if Hikaru then recaptures, then you capture on e4, and then the pawn cannot escape the trade, and the trade is favorable for white because you want to get rid of the Irish.
By the way, bishop a6 is on the board, so we might very well
I feel like Hikaru kind of had to do this.
Yeah.
His position is unpleasant, especially for a person who's trying to win. And bishop a6 was the way to keep the imbalance going. But yeah, no, it's still very, very complicated.
Meanwhile, I see in the chat there's been a big blunder in the Magnus game, which seems to be confirmed by the way the evaluation bar has shot up. So let's check in there.
Wow. Okay, so we had this position where Magnus was putting pressure on the knight and the pawn supporting the knight. So the support was about to be broken off. We talked about how black may trade knights and then start capturing, because if you start capturing immediately, you're going to lose the foothold for the knight in the center. But instead, Srihari traded on g4 and then went bishop to b4, which computer hates. But on the other hand, he is about to win a rook, right? So black's intention is that if Magnus now captures the support pawn, then the knight will move out of the way. And afterwards, the bishop will have an attack on both the rooks at the same time.
And the computer is saying you can get away with not even saving either of them. You just play e4. I guess the idea of that is to bring the bishop from c1 into the attack and just say, I'm going to checkmate you. You can take all the rooks you want, or what's going on?
Well, it's the famous Michal Tal, the former world champion, the magician of Riga. He said, I can sacrifice many pieces because they can only take one at a time. And that's, I guess, what the computer is saying right here, that, yeah, you're threatening two rooks. You're threatening two rooks at the same time, but you can only capture one. But I mean, this is wild, though. Like, what is this? You just give away the rook in the corner? Oh, and then you have this bishop and the queen working together for the checkmate? I mean, this is not obvious, I would say.
Isn't 3 pieces the magic number or something when it comes to an attack?
Well, pieces, not pawns.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah,
we
I
have
guess
the 3
you're
pieces.
making the argument that this piece
Yeah.
is contributing. Yeah. I mean, black is suffering from the fact that the rook and knight, like, yes, black is up a rook, but black is down a rook and a knight in terms of which pieces are actually participating in the game.
I see in the chat someone's asking, is there any chance Magnus sees this? I think Magnus definitely sees this,
Well,
because
he
has
already has.
captured. Yeah.
Magnus is pretty good. I'll give him that. Yeah, he's decent.
Yeah, and this one, I think, to be honest, this game, I think it's just not gonna last that much longer. How does the Black King
Well, okay, so knight takes
survive?
knight obviously is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure Magnus even wants to take back. Because right now, Magnus lost a knight.
Mm-hmm.
But if he takes the knight, he's going to lose a rook.
So what about playing e4 immediately?
Precisely.
Yeah.
And then when the knight tries to move away,
Mm-hmm.
it opens up an attack from the bishop. And the computer says we ignore the bishop's attack. Wow. Because then we can go queen h5 afterwards.
What an end to the game.
Bishop
This
pointing
would be-
down on the king. queen coming in for the checkmate. You cannot capture the pawn because the pawn is pinned. And yeah, the queen is just coming in for the checkmate. Wow.
Wow, what a line. Yeah,
So,
this is
yeah.
crazy stuff.
It's fun. We don't often see, well, sometimes actually, even at the top level, we see people lose like this. But I feel like this is part of the charm of the open tournaments, is that I think there's a comment being made, I've seen from coaches, that when two very good players are playing against each other, that's not necessarily something you will learn a lot from, because they're playing to perfection in ways that are difficult to explain. But when you get a bit of a difference in the playing strength, the way great players beat good players is much, much easier to explain. And so I feel like this is a typical example of one of those kind of great moments that are going to be included in training books in the future, where there are mistakes that happen, but the mistakes are very natural, and so they become a really good way of explaining kind of here. Obviously, this game is going to be about development, about including all your pieces into the attack, and it becomes more instructive because it's kind of unnuanced. It's kind of just ka-ching, just straight for the king, very straightforward. Whereas when you have two top guys playing against each other, the way they defend makes it more difficult to explain for people to learn from.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And speaking of defending, I mean, it looks like in this game that Magnus's opponent, Srihari, is just past the point of being able to defend this position. I wonder if this is going to end in flamboyant style with Magnus giving up all the material. I think there's a very good chance we might see that happen. The rook on e1 will likely disappear, and that black king is going to be hunted down, probably successfully. So we'll come back to this one. Meanwhile, Vantika is still thinking after bishop a6. I think bishop a6 is a move that was maybe not easy to foresee. She's now down to 33 minutes. So I think, Jon Ludwig, that now might be a good time to go on a quick break while Vantika is in the tank. And we'll come back with all the action here from Hikaru's game and, of course, Magnus very shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of round one of the Qatar Masters. And Jon Ludwig, we've had one move only since leaving on the break, but it's not the move we expected. Here, Vantika decided to play b3.
Yeah, but she had a difficult choice. And yeah, I mean, I guess I was expecting her to make the trade just for the reasoning that you're trying to eliminate as many pawns from the board as possible. But the problem with this trade is that if you then see Hikaru making a trade as well, you can't recapture with the pawn to create that pawn chain working together up the board, because you have allowed the black bishop to get into the game when you made this trade to begin with. So Vantika tries to go b3, and the intention is to keep the black bishop on a6 neutralized and just keep it out of play.
Okay, so after... Wait, did we see a move? Is that all? So Hikaru took on f3.
Hikaru takes on f3. And yeah, so the relay is saying, I'm not sure what the relay is saying. Yeah, okay, Hikaru took on f3, and it's white's turn. And now, because she made sure not to open up for this black bishop, now white can recapture with a pawn and still get this pawn chain working.
And what do we make of this resulting position? How is Hikaru going to try and put some pressure here? Is he going to play on the queen side now? Is he going to try and play in the center? What do you think?
Well, in general, you should play where you have more pawns than the opponent. I guess that's a very simplified take, but I think it sits true for this situation. So now, on account of this trade between the pawns, has actually clarified a lot. So previously, both players had two pawns on the same file, but now, after that trade, neither player has two pawns on one file. And as a result, there's now a 4 versus 3 for white on the left side of the board, but Hikaru also has a 4 versus 3 on the opposite side.
You know, another thing I was wondering, and I saw the chat make that point, if we go back to the live position with Hikaru having taken on f3, chat is wondering, why hasn't she recaptured yet? Do you think this is indicative of the fact that she's considering taking with the bishop?
Well, the rook maybe.
Or the rook?
Bishop, I don't think. Yeah, I know bishop, no way. But maybe she could imagine wanting to trade off the rooks.
Why not bishop takes?
Because it doesn't do anything. Because then you still have the doubled pawns, which are generally considered a bit of a weakness. And you're not really trying to get two rooks working together on the f file. No, bishop takes just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I think she might consider rook takes, because then if the rooks are traded, then she can take with the pawn. And you could argue that this rook, like if you take with the pawn immediately, then this rook is pointing down the board, right? But if you get that same situation with the rooks traded off, you remove the white rook that was just pointing in towards its own pawn, and you remove the black rook that was pointing against the opponent's pawn. And we talked about this earlier, how in general you actually dislike your own pawns more because you can't do anything about that. If you're pointing it against the opponent's pawn, well, then you may capture it in the future, but your own pawn is just going to stand in your way. So this could be an argument, but Hikaru doesn't need to make the trade. He can maybe move his queen up instead. Oh, and actually queen up attacks the pawn in the center. So yeah, no, and this pawn in the center is a big part of it. I just don't see anything other than pawn takes happening, just because pawn takes enables pawn to f4 next, which will keep the e5 pawn protected. If you're going to take with the rook or the bishop for that matter, your pawn on e5 is just going to be a massive long-term weakness, and maybe not even long-term. Like here, Hikaru can immediately move his rook up to put pressure.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm shocked as well that she is taking so long here. I thought that
she's been taking long for every move, and you're shocked she's taking spending a lot of time.
No, but she has only 25 minutes left. Like when you have an hour 30, it's easier to justify taking time. But in general,
but she's double checking her moves and triple checking her moves.
I think
actually this is interesting. So I struggle a lot with my time management, and I spend way too much time. Something I believe also Hikaru has commented upon when we played a couple of times in the Hikaru Decathlon, and Hikaru, like every time, he just looked so bored because I was spending so much time to think. But where I was going with this, I was watching the Botes stream yesterday, and Papa Botes said that he feels girls, and especially young girls, are more prone to having bad time management than other players. So I was going to ask you, Fiona, how is your time management? And do you believe that there are differences between the genders for in chess?
I think that's a very difficult question to be put on the spot on, because it's something I'd never heard that argument be made. It's something I'd never thought of. I always thought of it as a personal thing rather than a gender thing. My time management, I mean, I don't play so much, but in general, it's good. I don't get into time trouble too often. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Okay, I may have been sneaky in kind of saying that other people have this opinion. That's a very kind of journalism school way of thinking, that you blame someone else, but you're the one promoting it. So let me be clear. I think there's some truth to that. A lot of girls spend, they are more prone to what Jonathan Rosen, in his very, very amazing book, the best chess book of all time, in my opinion, 7 Deadly Chess Sins, he calls perfectionism, which of course is because it is perfectionism. Spending too much time wanting to be perfect in your move and not being able to appreciate the impact your decision now has on the moves you're going to have to make in 15 moves when you're down to a minute on the clock. And of course, I mean, I have terrible time management. Grishuk has terrible time management. There's, of course, like you said, there's all fronts. There's plenty of people with bad time management and good time management.
Certainly
But
food for thought. It's really interesting that I'd never thought about it, never heard the point made before, but
well,
something.
I mean, it's not really, yeah. It's a theory, right? It's
Yeah.
not something I'm convinced of, but it's something I feel like the sample I have of my friends, and especially is that they sometimes spend way too much time.
Anyway, Vantika has made up her mind now, and she has captured with the
You
pawn.
really wanted to move on.
Huh? Yeah, well, I don't have any further thoughts on the topic. I'm sorry.
Okay. She takes back
I'm
with the
happy
pawn.
to listen to you if you want to continue. I just didn't know. I thought, I just didn't have anything more to offer. So here we are.
She plays a very sensible move, taking back.
Jess said, yes, please, let's move on from baseless speculation.
Well, isn't that the spice of life? Like baseless speculation, like having a discussion, an open forum of ideas and pondering the intricacies of the world. Okay, whatever. She took back with the pawn. I think she should have done this quicker, but it's a good move. She's playing very well, but she's playing slow. And wow, look at this, Fiona. Hikaru offers a queen trade.
Now, that is not a move I saw coming. He offers a queen trade, even at the price of getting his pawn structure damaged. So queen takes, I think, is the first move we should look at. F4, I guess, makes sense. That was White's entire strategy.
Yeah,
although,
but
actually, what am I saying? F4. I saw that the engine suggested F4, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. We wanted to play F4 all along, and then you are White. What happens if Black takes?
Well, actually, if you take, because you opened up for your bishop, then White can then recapture a black pawn. And not only can you recapture a black pawn, Hikaru cannot attack this bishop because of the bishop moving on to attack both the rook and the pawn.
What a mess.
Well, I guess mess is really something Hikaru wants to have happen. Because the messier the position is, the more likely Vantika's poor time management is going to be decisive.
Are you surprised, especially given Vantika's time management, that Hikaru offers a queen trade here?
No, I mean, the computer says it's by far the best move. I mean, Hikaru is trying to play good moves, and he's trying to put pressure on the opponent. And you put pressure by playing good moves. The idea here is simply to try and eliminate the white queen, because the white queen is protecting the pawn on c4. And our bishop on a6 is currently very much out of play. So in order to get it into play, we need to eliminate the pawn. And thereby, so getting rid of the defender is getting rid of the pawn. But, I mean, you could also just move queen back, right? Or queen forward. But then Hikaru might have an idea.
Yeah, I don't like stepping forward just because I see some d-pawn landing on d4 in the future.
Yeah, but this could very well happen, right?
Well, I don't think she's going to go to c3. It just doesn't feel very safe.
So the idea here is that here Hikaru actually could advance his pawn, because even though he then loses the protection of the pawn in the center, his bishop pointing down on the white rook allows him to give up the pawn in the center in order to capture the rook afterwards. Yeah, okay, no, it's she has a lot of choice. Like, she can move the queen, she can trade the queen, and she can support the queen. And already there, she's going to spend minimum another 5 minutes on this decision.
Okay, let's take another look at the queen trade. I think in general, especially when you're low on time, you're happy to trade some pieces. But then the question is, yeah, if she doesn't, I mean, f4 is not obvious. So if you just want to defend, can you get away with just playing rook c1?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then I guess Hikaru wants to go c5, similarly to what we just looked at. Because he wants to push the pawn forward. And Mantika is going to want to create her pawn chain, protecting each other up the board, also opening up for the bishop against the pawn in the center and the rook in the corner. The rook in the corner moves in. And here the computer is massively favoring white, but for unobvious reasons. Computer is suggesting bishop to f3, which I just...
Oh no, actually I thought, to come to g4, and then I was like, yeah, could have done that immediately via h3. So bishop f3, is the idea to go over to c2 or d3 and target?
I think the idea is to go to e2 to protect, but it's weird.
No.
Like, if you wanted to do that, you could have just, moved your rook and... This position has become very kind of, it's not tricky, but it's complex and unusual. And that's gonna, yeah.
I know the position is very rich right now, but let's quickly go to Magnus, because it feels like we might not have that much time left to check in with Magnus's game live. So let's just update that quickly before we come back to Hikaru.
So what has happened here? We were here, right? And Magnus sacrificed by capturing the pawn, allowing the trade of knights. And here we were saying maybe Magnus just pushes e4 to open up for all his pieces. But Magnus actually recaptured the knight, allowing the black bishop to do its double attack. And then queen g4. So the idea is that if the bishop captures the rook now, then Magnus will exploit the pin on the pawn. So the pawn cannot move without putting the king in check. So therefore the king has to move away, but then the queen can just attack and then do a little attack on the queen to set up the checkmate. Queen and pawn working together beautifully for that checkmate. So then the question becomes what to do. Srihari decides to move the king. Sensible. And Magnus still has 2 rooks under attack.
Yeah, and the question is, I mean, earlier we looked at this e4 move. E4 still, I was going to say, still looks tempting. On the other hand, the king is now on g7. So
he just played it, Fiona.
E4 is on the board. Oh my goodness.
And did you see the eval bar's reaction?
Yeah, it went down and back up. Yeah,
when I put in E4, the computer was like, first, oh, this is terrible, you're just going to lose your rook. But then as the computer thought about it, it realized, no, actually, this is brilliant. And Magnus finds the brilliant move. If the rook now is captured, oh, darn, I thought it was going to be bishop to g5. But computer says pawn to e5 is the only way to win the game.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. E5, threatening f6. You can't go f6 yourself because g6 would be hanging. And so what happens if you move the queen out of the fork?
Well, not only out of the fork, with a double attack on the bishop and on the rook, but then pawn forward check. If the king steps back, then the queen once again can exploit that the bishop is on the same diagonal as the black king, preventing the queen from being recaptured. So the king would have to go into the corner instead, but then the queen comes in for the check, and then together with the pawn sets up the checkmate, allowing the black player to capture white's rook. And in this position, wow, white is down 2 rooks, but you cannot prevent checkmate with a queen.
What a game. This is spectacular stuff from Magnus that we're seeing here. I mean, what a first game. What a way to start the tournament. After e4, I mean...
Magnus has also been playing so well lately.
Yeah.
He did so well in Albania recently as well, right?
Clearly, I was just gonna say, clearly continuing, flying high on that wave that is carrying over right now to Qatar. After e4, the game, the move that's been played in the game, is there anything black can do?
I mean, I assume you're going to go knight to d7, right? So if then pawn to f6, the knight can sacrifice itself.
Yeah.
And in this instance, black wins on account of having way more material. Even though you gave back the knight, as long as you avert the attack, you're going to win the game.
So after knight d7,
computer says only winning move is pawn takes pawn.
That's not obvious.
No, it's like the least obvious move. Yes, it eliminates one of the black pawns to protect, but it also opens up for the rook, making this rook a better contributor to the defense. And here, the only winning move is bishop to g5, attacking the queen. And if the queen now goes for the double attack counter, then you leave the protection of the knight. And here you see the significance of one of the black pawns being eliminated, is that the white queen now gives a check on the king, whereas previously there was a pawn blocking that. And if the queen steps back, then queen h4 threatens checkmate on h6. And when you try to prevent that checkmate, the queen also protects the bishop.
What a line. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful,
stuff.
but it's unreal, no? I mean, how did Magnus, see this?
I mean, because he has to have seen that he has to take on g6 to go into this.
Well, I don't know, because here, my instinct here was bishop g5.
Yeah.
So what happens if bishop g5? Because, I mean, if it's my instinct...
Maybe it's good, actually.
Wow, yeah, if it's my instinct, it's kind of like there's a likelihood of Magnus playing it as well. Okay, queen goes for the double attack. Pawn up, check. King steps back. And now, with the pawn on e5, white's queen just went for the checkmate. Why can we not do the same thing here? Oh, there's counter threats. Why was this a thing? Oh no, it's because King G8 was not a possibility. King G8 was not a move previously because of Queen takes G6, and now the bishop is in the way. So in the other variation, the king had to go here, and then the queen got an extra move for its attacking purposes. But here the king can step back because even though you move back into the bishop's diagonal, the queen isn't able to exploit it because you moved your bishop to block. That being said,
and now only winning move is rook takes a1, just collecting the bishop and saying, I'm going to mate you on g7 later on. I'm not in a rush. That's insane.
Yeah, but it works, actually.
Oh. Wow.
Okay. So I guess there's many. I guess that's part of why Magnus saw this. I don't think there's no way he's going for this e5 move. That e5 move was, especially this pawn takes pawn. It's just, I don't think that's human. I think Magnus is just bringing the bishop into the game. And as it turns out, the computer initially thought that was a bad idea, but it's also a winning attack. It's just that Black's king has so little defense around it that Magnus has time to execute the attack very, very slowly.
Okay, well, that is spectacular stuff we've just seen. Meanwhile, we see that Hikaru's opponent, Vantika, she decided to keep the queens on the board and drop the queen back to c1.
Yeah, very good decision that she went back instead of forward. We talked about how moving forward would actually help Hikaru as he tries to progress his pawns. Now, on the other hand, I would say c5 still very much a possibility. Ooh! Oh, wow! Oh, that's so clever. Okay, so if now Hikaru goes c5, trying to expand with his pawns in the center, exploiting the fact that the white pawn cannot capture due to the bishop then being able to capture white's rook, if pawn to c5, an additional point of this queen is that it could step out to a3 if black moves the pawn forward. That's very hidden because right now that square is under control from the black bishop. But if you move the pawn up, bishop no longer controls that square, and it allows white to chase the only really pressure Hikaru has here. Like this bishop on a6 is responsible for everything that's good in Hikaru's position. And if that bishop is forced back, that's a major issue.
Yeah, so c5, thankfully Hikaru avoided that. He played rook to d8 instead. And here comes f4, the move we've been talking about for ages, is on the board. And I mean, we've said it before, we'll say it again, Vantika so far is really playing fantastically. And actually, before we came here, I saw somebody in the chat asking, can Hikaru play h5 here to mix things up? And that's exactly what he's just done.
So Hikaru wants to try and break down this very nice pawn chain, is what we call it, pawns protecting each other in a row. And pawn to h5 just aims to create trouble for these pawns. So by moving the pawn up to h4 next, white will have to make a decision on how to react. So let's say she moves king h1, just getting the king away from the queen. And then after h4, she can defend the pawn and try and keep the pawn chain intact. But she can also try and capture the pawn. Give up. It's not really about greed because Hikaru can recapture.
Yeah.
But it's more about giving license for the rook to point down on Black's king and remind Hikaru that, you know, we're two guys playing this game.
I like h5. I do think, as much as, you know, we've been saying Vantika has been playing so well, I think she's not going to be able to keep it up. I mean, her time situation is getting really tragic. 13 minutes, and she still has 21 moves to make. Can she somehow, she cannot stop the pawn. Okay, so h4 will appear next.
Yeah, well, actually, there's one move the computer suggests, bishop to h3. And the point of this move is essentially just to stop h4, I think. So now if h4, I guess white goes g4. No. No, that was not the point. Okay, in which case, yeah, I agree. There's nothing she can really do to stop pawn to h4. So I think king h1 makes a lot of sense. She would love to somehow give some more protection to her pawn, but she can't really do that. I agree. I think you surmised it very nicely. Vantika she's playing a great game, but she's spending too much time. And right now, as her clock ticks down, that time management is it's so punishing. And I've been on the wrong side of this so many times myself. It's just, you know, you shouldn't spend a lot of time on your decisions. You know that, you know, getting the slightly better move on move 20 is going to make much less of a difference than playing, you know, the stupid move on move 35 or move 38 when you're low. But there's just something in your brain that prevents you from playing quickly until you have to. It's procrastination, essentially. Yeah, I think she's going to lose the game because of it.
Yeah, and it really feels that somehow the moment is now where things are going to turn in the next few moves. h5 is a move that forces you to react in some way, or you're going to have to react on the next move when h4 appears. And we see Vantika there on the camera on the left-hand side. She seems calm and collected, but I'm sure on the inside, the stress is mounting.
It's much easier looking calm than being calm. I speak from experience.
That's fair enough. That is fair enough. What do
I
you
make
think?
a point. I make a point of trying to look calm in time scrambles, but inside I'm just melting.
By melting, do you mean you're very, very stressed, nervous, or what happens when you get into severe time trouble?
Well, actually, lately, what has happened is that I just freeze and lose on time, which is weird. That really shouldn't happen.
That is not good. No, that does not sound good.
It is part of the reason why Magnus is never... Wow, she finds bishop h3. She's playing so well. She's playing super well.
But we hadn't understood what the idea was, so let's go back and see.
Yeah. So the computer said bishop h3 actually prevents pawn to h4, but not for the reason I thought. So after pawn to h4 now, white has this move queen b1, which is incredible. And which is also another reason why it was so good to move the queen back instead of moving it forward. And I mean, it's not very long ago, white was the one to say, I don't want to trade queens. And to then turn around and be the one to initiate it is really good awareness. And the idea here is that, well, previously, Hikaru's queen was protected, but that pawn has since ran away trying to do something useful. So now the threat to the queen is very real. And if Hikaru agrees to the trade, there's a submission Zug. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Takes e6 check. Not only it's Zwischen Zug, it's Zwischen Schach.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not that familiar with the terminology. But
it's just an intermediate check, right? I mean, there's also intermediate move and intermediate check in English, right?
Schach.
There we go.
Yeah, and that's a crucial move because the check on the king has to move, and then you recapture the bishop. But not only do you recapture the bishop, you lose a pawn, and this guy is actually protecting the pawn on c4. That pawn that has been such a hassle trying to defend against the Hikaru's threats, suddenly a bishop comes in, captures a pawn, creates so much problems for black, but also defends the white pawn on the opposite flank. So that is just like the perfect bishop. And if she instead had thought, well, okay, trade queens recapture, then this is actually good for Hikaru because Hikaru manages to get his king to defend the weakness, and then he still has this pressure from the bishop on a6. Remember how bad this bishop was after like 15 moves?
Unbelievable.
I mean, we were mocking that bishop.
But you did the job, Jean-Ludwig. You talked to the bishop. You talked to the pieces. You're like, what do you guys want? And the bishop was like, hello.
So yeah, that bishop is the one creating the trouble. But so actually, this is interesting. One of the benefits of playing a good opponent, I don't know if Vantika has seen this queen b1 idea. I suspect she has. But you can imagine similar scenarios where you play a good move by accident, and then because you're playing Hikaru, he will see all the kind of ideas, even if you haven't seen them. And that's a very interesting part of playing against a stronger player, is that, well, personally, I am usually the stronger player, and I can be so annoyed talking to my opponent after the game, realizing that they hadn't seen half the things that I was calculating. And I was like, oh, yeah, you played really well. You had this idea. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, that sounds good. And, oh, did you think about this? No, I didn't think about it. But it looks good. And I'm like, yeah, it was good. But yeah, that can be a funny thing about having some discrepancies in playing strength.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really great point. Like, I know chat is laughing, but it happens so often when there is that difference between any two players. And what you're saying is that Hikaru, even if she hadn't seen Queen b1, I mean, we are speculating, but what you're saying is Hikaru will probably avoid playing h4 here because he's seeing this Queen b1 idea. And it's in that, therefore, kind of irrelevant in this moment whether she has seen it or not.
Yeah. Although I do think she's seen it. Because h4 was very clearly... So if not
h4, then how do we continue?
I'm not sure.
Okay, which...
If not h4, Hikaru has a problem.
Yeah, because then h5.
I mean, let me illustrate this by giving you the computer's top move. Bishop to c8. The computer is advocating that Hikaru take his best placed bishop, move it back to its awful location, just to keep the pawn on e6 defended.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see.
I mean, it's definitely not happening, but that's kind of, that showcases what a disaster this position kind of is for Hikaru.
Yeah, and actually,
and he's played this well. Like he has played a lot of good moves, trying to test the opponent, trying to make situations where she only has like one good move to keep on some pressure, and she's found that moment time and time again. She has spent ridiculous amounts of time to figure it out, but she's being rewarded for the time investment by the fact that Hikaru now has to think as well. I mean, okay, maybe this is a bit of a defeatist attitude, but when I was younger, I was like, when I played someone really, really, really good, I was just happy that I could get them to think for an hour. And for Vantika, of course, she's already a strong player in her own right, but she's putting so much pressure on Hikaru right now, and it shows in the time management.
Hikaru has gone for h4. Do you think Hikaru didn't see Queen B1?
No. He saw it and he's gambling. I think he saw that Queen B1 now is really, really clever, but the computer's top choice was moving the bishop back. Like, you're not going to get a good player to move the bishop back. Hikaru feels that it's better to gamble in an unclear position than just moving back and being like, I'm begging for a draw, please don't kill me.
So, okay, let's return to the live position. h4 and Queen B1 is really the only move, yeah, that gives white a bigger advantage. So, do you feel this is a reasonable, do you think it's a good gamble by Hikaru?
Actually, I'm not, no, I take it back, Fiona. I don't think it's a gamble. I think Hikaru genuinely believes h4 is the best move in the position. Because after Queen B1, he doesn't have to capture it. He can move the queen away, and then the queen is no longer protecting the pawn on c4. Yeah, no, Hikaru's not gambling. He's playing what he believes to be the best move, which frankly probably is the best move. Like, computer is saying this is good for white, but like you have to be a bit of a genius to work all of this out. And she doesn't have the time for it also. Like, Hikaru wants to play the moves that puts pressure back on her because she doesn't have the time to figure out all the details in a complicated position. He doesn't want to retreat, which makes her position easier to play. He wants to pile on the pressure. Oh, and she doesn't find Queen B1.
At the first slip, but it's a big one. She's just gone from being quite seriously better if she found Queen B1 to being quite seriously worse. And John Ludwig, let's try and understand why that is.
She didn't see Queen B1.
Okay, and but why that the position would be equal is fine, but why is King F2 a mistake? Why is Hikaru now better?
Well, the rook, king, queen, it's just the king is moving into danger. She's spending time moving her king to a worse position. But she felt like it was necessary because she felt like the king needed to be there to protect the pawn.
Yeah, I'm still curious. Was King G2 better than King F2? Because King F2 looks so mysterious.
Yeah, I don't know. King G2. No, computer's saying that's even worse.
Even worse.
Because the queen can get in. Some variations.
Yeah. Okay, so
King
after
F2.
King F2, Hikaru quickly takes on C4.
I mean, of course, Hikaru realizes this was a mistake. And now he's playing very quickly because he also senses that she's very stressed out and that the time situation is getting to her. Takes back and then C5. Okay, I did not see that coming.
What surprises you about this move?
Just that it trades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Hikaru went from trying to attack to now suddenly playing a positional game. But so by making this trade and moving the pawn up, Hikaru is saying this guy on C4 is not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. So that pawn is stuck, and if you can just get one more piece to join the pressure, you're going to win the pawn.
By the way, Jan Ludwig, just to point out, on the bottom left corner of your screen, guys, you can see the Magnus game. His opponent is down to 10 seconds. I think that game is about to be over as Magnus has played the human move, Bishop G5. Let's go there very quickly. Yeah, as you were pointing out, I think E5 was not very human, especially because you needed to have seen this F takes G6. So your move here was played Bishop G5, and with no time on the clock, Magnus's opponent went for Queen B4 here, and mate is incoming. This is one of the lines we looked at, exactly, right?
It was, but I do want to remind you that Magnus is down a rook, and he has 2 pieces under attack. It's like he's probably gonna win, but like he's still thinking. If Magnus was 100% sure about what's going on, he wouldn't be thinking right now. So he's like 95% sure.
So let's show the winning line again. We saw it earlier. If Magnus plays F6 here, the king will drop back. Because you have the bishop on G5 now, you don't have queen takes G6, so you need to take a timeout here. You can't go for the mate immediately. You have to take a timeout and capture on A1 first. And then next up, the queen will make its way to H6, and mate on G7 will be unstoppable. This is actually a mate, the first mate in 7 moves.
So Magnus is going to be down 2 rooks and a pawn.
Incredible.
But there's no way to stop the checkmate.
What a game.
It's got to be a good, it's a good omen, right? When you start out a tournament with a game like this, very often I find the first game of the tournament is the most difficult one because you're getting adjusted to a new place and to like a tournament setting and stuff like that. And getting off to a start like this is just so incredible.
Absolutely. Magnus will be thrilled if he plays F6 followed by rook takes A1, that is. But F6 is already on the board. And the king has stepped back. And this is the moment. And here we are. Rook takes A1 has been played. Or was that? Did Magnus make the move or did you make it? No, Magnus made it.
I think Magnus made the move. Yeah.
And mate is now unstoppable. Under a minute, well, black is certainly not gonna see move 40. That is not going to happen. I think we'll
I
probably...
mean, this game is going to end in 2 minutes. We might as well stay here.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think we'll see a resignation any moment. For now, we can still see the back of Magnus's luscious. Is luscious a word? Luscious hair?
But I didn't think it was luscious anymore. I thought he cut it.
It's still pretty...
It grew back?
Still got,
It grew back?
It's still pretty big,
that's
yeah.
tend to happen.
It's definitely not a word. I don't know. I believe John Ludwig when he tells me it is. Seconds now on the clock. What's Black going to do? There's not much to do. Knight d7 was played. And
that's a sneaky move. I guess Magnus could take the knight and then step back for this checkmate yet again. He could be tempted to just go here first because you're still going to do this and the bishop protects. Yeah, this seems fine. And
there
then
seems to be a number of ways to wrap this one up.
Yeah. But Magnus is not playing instantly, so clearly this knight move caught him a little bit by surprise, but he'll figure it out.
Yeah, just picking which poison he's gonna end his opponent with. Do you want to stick around here, or should we go back to?
No, actually, I think there's too much excitement in Hikaru's game to justify sticking with this one.
We always have the game on screen anyway, so we'll see the end of
Magnus
the game.
is going to win, and he's going to win a beautiful attacking game. And Hikaru's game is still very much undecided. Vantika goes queen b1. The move she should have played earlier, she now plays. So clearly she had seen the idea. Once again, Hikaru needs to have his queen stay to protect the pawn. And so he doesn't really have too much of a choice other than moving to the side, which keeps the protection, and which is also the top choice of the engine, and the queen now pointing down on the bishop as well. And here,
also the pawn on c4 is under attack now.
Oh yeah, that's true. So I'm assuming Vantika is going to go pawn to g4. Oh no, but after bishop takes c4, she doesn't even threaten pawn to g5 because the king is on the path of the rook. Oh no.
I mean, that king on f2, she must be cursing herself for that move.
Yeah, that's not good.
I mean, it's great news for us. It's just, I almost feel sad for Vantika, you know, you play such a good game and then everything is ruined by one move. But as you said, I mean, it all comes down to time management.
Yeah. No, she really played a good game. I'm not one to give credit unless credit is very much due. In fact, people have told me I give too little credit. But no,
is that something you're working on to improve?
No. At this point, it's just there's this comedian I really like, Taylor Tomlinson, and she has this skit where she goes like, your 20s is for when you try and fish bad personality traits out of the ocean, the sea, before it freezes over. And I'm over 30 now, and all my bad personality traits have just solidified, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen's game is over. I think we just saw another move there. as we see in the final position, that Magnus's queen is on h3. I don't think we need to check back in there right now. We can do it later on. What a game it was. If you guys are just tuning in now, Magnus's game is well worth replaying. We might even do so ourselves later if there's a bit of a lull in the action, but no lull right now. We're only half an hour away from the time control. And well, after queen h6, I already see the red color on Vantika's next move, and queen e4 not approved.
Well, it's a very sensible move in that it protects the pawn and centralizes the queen. However, there is an issue of the bishop on h3, which has now gotten additional pressure towards it because of the black queen. So Hikaru immediately captures on g3, and in order to avoid losing a pawn, Vantika recaptures with the king. The computer very sneakily recommends king to g2, although I don't really see how that is any better. So apparently the computer didn't want you to capture the pawn, which is weird. Of course you should capture the pawn. And now rook to f7 is the only winning move. Wow. Rook to f7 is such a good move. Wow. So by putting the queen on e4, Vantika is controlling the fate of this bishop. The queen is protecting the pawn the bishop is attacking. It's taking control of the square the bishop could think about using. And if the bishop moves all the way back, well, then it's being blocked by its own pawn. However, rook to f7, what's brilliant about this is that it enables the bishop to use the b7 square yet again. But Hikaru doesn't find it.
It was I mean, it's a beautiful move, but it was far from obvious. What did Hikaru play, actually?
So rook f7 would have allowed black to get the bishop to b7 soon. Oh, no, but then f5, and there's a counter threat on the queen. Yeah, no, this position is still super complicated, which is why Hikaru is making mistakes. He goes bishop c8, which is, you know, according to the computer, it's a mistake. But in terms of practicality and human play, it's just a very nice move. Because now if pawn to f5, you can always block. So pawn to f5, the idea is to open up for the bishop against the queen. But now you can always block. And Hikaru's, yeah, his bishop is not too great, but the bishop is doing an amazing job of protecting the pawn on e6, which was the job held by black's queen. And now that the black queen no longer has to protect the pawn, yes, we get a bad bishop, but at the very least, we now have a queen that can move into the attack instead.
Yeah, and to be honest, I am shocked that the evaluation bar or the engine thinks this position is roughly balanced. I think playing it with 2 minutes on the clock and a king out in the open, I think mistakes are gonna come here. I mean, what do you even... Okay, I think trading on d8, which is the top computer move, made sense just to get rid of some pieces. I think white is the one under pressure, so that move would have made sense. But Vantika is going for king g2, which also I think a very human move to try to get the king out of dodge.
Yeah, agreed. And now the point of Hikaru's previous move, the queen no longer has to protect on e6. So we can move the queen up instead, where the queen will eye both the square on e2 and attack the rook. So queen to h5, the computer's top choice right now. and also just a very logical move considering what Hikaru did previously, and also considering that you want to put some pressure and make white have some difficult decisions.
Queen h5, a very tempting move here. If we rewind to the live position after king g2, let's see what else is there. I would love to get the bishop to b7, of course. I was just trying to think of ways to do that, but Hikaru has played your move, queen h5.
Yeah, he didn't really have a choice. So this bishop is bad because it kind of needs to stay defending. And this bishop is bad because it can't really do anything. It can't put itself in a position to attack any of white's pieces. So Hikaru not really in a... Yeah, he can't use the bishops. So then he needs to use the queen and rook. And he's trying to take control now of the central file, trying to provoke the trade so that black is the one reigning supreme. And I don't think white can allow this to happen. So I'm guessing queen f3 now is going to be the really only sensible move, because you don't want to
for Vantika.
You don't want to trade the rooks and give up control of the open file. Oh, but she does do it.
Gone for, yeah. She takes on d8, and Hikaru didn't immediately recapture, interestingly. Doesn't have too much of a choice, right? He has to, there's no in-between check you can give, so he has to take either with the rook or the bishop. Is there anything to be said for bishop takes?
No, not that I can see, no. Well, he does have an in-between check, but the problem is that there's a counter pressure situation if he does do that. No, I'm very surprised he's not recapturing with the rook instantly.
And he's reaching out, and rook takes d8 has been played.
And now maybe queen to e2 is a bigger threat. I mean, Hikaru could... So the way Hikaru is going to win this game is that he's going to win this pawn on c4. Right now, that pawn is defended by the queen. So you could imagine a scenario where Hikaru just goes for the trade of queens just to eliminate one of the key defenders. So say white goes... I don't know, pawn to a4 as an example. Then queen comes in, check on the king, block with the rook, and then Hikaru can go for the queen trade. And after the queen trade, not only does Hikaru control the only open file, but he has also eliminated the only defender of the c4 pawn. And he's going to go chasing after that with his rook next.
And I think that explains why the computer in the current position wants Vantika to play rook f3, just to not allow the white queen in. But she's going for a more direct approach. The computer does not like her next move at all. f5, claiming Hikaru is now completely winning because of the same idea, John Ludwig, that you just shown us.
Yeah, but for different reasons. I think now the idea of this queen maneuver is simply just to win the f5 pawn. But I also do think that if Hikaru decides to just capture on f5, like this should be pretty good for him too. Just making these trades is no disaster. He's still going to have that long-term idea of going after the c4 pawn. So Hikaru has a couple of different very promising endgames to choose between, in which in which this pawn on c4 is going to be a massive issue for white. So this is one way for Hikaru to win a pawn, but computer actually thinks that the white king can just rush up, try and support the pawn on e5, and actually that this could be okay for white, which is not easy to understand. So Hikaru is going to have to take a look at that. Maybe it's easier to understand that if you go in with the queen immediately, rook comes to attack, queen attacks queen. And if now the trade, there's pressure on the bishop. And if the bishop moves, then actually after bishop to b7, the king is in check, and the king has to move away from the protection of the white bishop. So this is way more straightforward in that by giving the check immediately, Hikaru actually creates the key pressure here is no longer the pawn on c4, but it's pointing in towards the bishops, and they are struggling to keep themselves protected here.
So what happens if white doesn't trade queens here and drops the queen maybe back, or
not trading queens just results in you losing that f pawn you pushed forward, because after the recapture and takes, oh, this is interesting. Okay, apparently Hikaru can capture the bishop. And then if queen h3, he can get the queen back into defense, queen h5. And if the bishop is captured, then Hikaru has checkmate. But if he plays anything other than this checkmate, then it's a draw. So yeah, it's balancing on a very razor sharp edge. Well, I would critique Hikaru if he didn't spend time here, because clearly he understands that this could be a winning position. But this is the moment to get your calculations right, which also means it's the moment to spend some time. Hikaru no longer sees the value in playing quickly to provoke a mistake because he realizes he already did that. And that can be a very, very tricky thing to do. Sometimes you play quickly to put pressure on the opponent, on the clock, but it's very important not to be completely married to the idea that, oh, I'm going to play quickly for every single move now, because there will come a moment where you sense this doesn't feel right. This, I think, was a mistake, when you should slow down and exploit the mistake by getting the calculations right. The advantage you have, having had better time management, is that you have those 10 minutes, or in Hikaru's case, 20 minutes to think when the moment occurs.
Yeah, and we see him. He was deep in four a second ago, head in hands. And now it seems to me that he's moved on to the next phase of just sort of double checking his calculation. It feels like Queen E2 is the move that is being called for. And like the reason I think we can be certain that Hikaru is at least considering it is because the queen coming in with a check is always a move that's going to jump. I mean, it's not a move that you're not going to consider. And then after that, you just need to calculate it. But I don't think it's the most difficult calculation that Hikaru has ever had to do.
No, for sure not. But in a game that's been very challenging, I think Hikaru is going to have a lot of praises for his opponent afterwards. But he's now on the verge of that win with the black pieces to start off the tournament. Yeah, it was scruffy, but that's not because Hikaru played very poorly. Rather, it was Vantika who played a really, really great game. But in order to play all those good moves, she spent too much time. And also, I mean, to Hikaru's credit, it's not like he swindled her. In fact, he kept trying to pile on the pressure, and she collapsed a bit when time got low.
Yeah, first rounds of such tournaments, they're really dangerous. I was just having a look a little bit. So far in the top 10 boards, Magnus is the only one whose game has finished. And some players, I think we can go there maybe after the time control has been made. But Gukash, for example, is in big trouble against his Indian opponent. It's actually unbelievable how many Indians are playing on the top 10 boards. But as I was speaking, Queen E2 landed on the board.
Yeah, Queen E2, Hikaru makes the necessary calculations. Vantika, not really much of a choice. She needs to block with the rook to kick the queen again. Unfortunately for her, she's kicking the queen to a better location. Queen to d3. The queen now eyes the pawn on f5, the queen on e4, the bishop on h3, the bishop on e3, and not to forget the long-term weakness of the pawn on c4. That queen is just doing the job of giants. And yeah, Vantika she's going to have to try and trade the queen off. But the problem then becomes that the rook now puts pressure in towards her bishops, and she can't really stop this in a good way on account of if the bishop moves back, Hikaru will give a check, force the king back, and then free bishop on the edge of the board. And seeing her clock tick down to less than 30 seconds, and seeing the computer saying there's no good moves.
This one seems to be gone, and you can see the despair there on Vantika's face. She goes for f6.
Yeah, great attempt. Clearly the best move under the circumstances. And look at that. Hikaru gets a brilliant from the chess.com move system. He sacrifices his bishop. So what happened here is that Hikaru realizes that if I capture her bishop, she's going to capture my bishop. So Hikaru says, I might as well try and get as many things as I can in return for the bishop. Not only because if rook takes bishop, the white pawn also proceeds to become a new queen. So by capturing the pawn, Hikaru wins a pawn in that trade, but he also makes sure that the white pawn is unable to progress further, because if it moves up, then Hikaru's king will just block the pawn from becoming a new queen.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he also still has that threat in the current position of playing bishop b7 check and picking up the bishop on h3. So if not f7 check, that bishop's gonna have to move.
Yeah, and Yank, there's an important question. Why is bishop takes better than pawn takes? And the reason is, after pawn takes and recaptures, there's still the problem of the bishop being captured, which kind of moves the pawn away from the black king, enabling it to become a new queen. So part of the reason why bishop takes was so clever is simply to prevent the pawn's ability to move away from the black king to become a new queen, and instead have the pawn be close to the king so that the king can stop it.
Very nice. And meanwhile, in the game, so as I was saying, the bishop on h3 was under attack, so that that bishop moved away to g4. And is there already a knockout blow, or are we going to have to just convert that extra pawn?
Well, it's going to be 2 pawns, right? Because the pawn on c4 long term is not going to survive.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it does look there's not going to be like a result instantly. Hikaru's going to have to win this in the end game.
And can he just go for the pawn immediately on c4?
Yeah, I think so. But he can probably be very clever, which he tends to be. So if you go bishop to b7, check, then the king cannot step back on account of, well, I assume that this endgame here is winning with an extra pawn for black. Which I feel like is a fair assumption to make. So that means when Hikaru plays bishop b7, which he now did, Vantika is going to have to go king f1, but then the king steps into that same diagonal as the pawn. So now bishop a6 will not only threaten to win the pawn, it will threaten to win the pawn while also giving a check to the king. Ooh, but she finds king g1. Very, very interesting decision. So she allows the bishop ending to happen. And now Hikaru's going to look at the faces Hikaru's making. Hikaru now is going to have to take some time here to make sure that the bishop ending is absolutely winning. So check. Computer doesn't like this. Look at this. Look at how here computer doesn't really like. But sometimes the computers don't understand the long term of endgames. Oh, and Hikaru doesn't do it.
Hikaru plays the best move according to the computer. Bishop a6, going for the pawn on c4. Do you think Vantika will make the time control? We're now on move 34, 6 moves to go.
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure she's gonna. The typical thing is that when you're in a stressful situation, you keep playing until move 40, and then if it's hopeless, you resign. Okay, so rook f4 tries to defend the pawn, but now Hikaru can go e5, which attacks the rook and forces the rook away from the defense of the pawn. Ooh, but then bishop comes in, check on the king. And this wasn't possible previously because the rook is defending the e6 pawn. But if the pawn moves up, then the rook no longer covers.
Wow.
Ooh, but look at Hikaru just takes on f6. That was much simpler.
Yeah, I think g5 was also possible instead, but this is much more human g5, which had your idea of kicking the rook off the fourth rank, but without allowing the bishop.
Yeah, but why do that when you can take a pawn that's 2 squares away from queening? And if white recaptures, then they leave the c4 pawn. So yeah, a wise decision there from Hikaru. King f2 attacks the rook. The rook steps back while keeping the e6 pawn protected. Hikaru's up 2 pawns, and he's going to win the game. So I'm expecting Vantika either to resign now or to resign when they hit move 41, because 2 pawns, that's just too much.
2 pawns too many. She has
well, 1 pawn too many, I would say, but
that's a fair point.
you can often make a draw with 1 pawn less, but 2 pawns left, then there's almost
fair
no
enough. Bishop has taken on c4. The bishop, the pawn on a2 is now under attack as well. So she pushes that forward, a square. And I guess, yeah, king g7 is a very human move. It is the end game. You want your king to take part in it. You want to kick back the enemy rook as well. So I think king g7 makes perfect sense. And
I would be
I'm
shocked if Hikaru doesn't make that move.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to see something more logical unless you start pushing your pawns immediately on the queen side. But why rush? And Hikaru, I think he's, handling the situation very well. He knows he has a winning advantage. He still has 16 minutes on the clock, so he is not rushing. And yeah, Vantika, she is.
Yeah, he could also go b5, I guess. I mean, he's gonna get a queen long term with these queenside.
Maybe even short term or mid term. I think, yeah, he was reaching. Oh, he was reaching for the bishop. Okay.
Well, he's saying that okay, this guy has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. I'm going to move my bishop away so that my bishop is more centralized. And now this guy has 4 steps left.
Yeah. And the white king is cut off. Actually, our timer is telling us that she's out of time, but we can see on the camera they are still there and the move has been made, and that move is h4.
So her only hope is trying to create some counter chances with the pawn on the side of the board. The problem is this bishop only controls light squares. So whenever this pawn is going to try to advance past the h6 square, you're going to have a bit of an issue with that, because now Hikaru is going to go king g7. He's going to kick the rook. Then he's going to go c4. And sure, you can go h5. You can try and get a new queen, but you're not getting through the h6 square. Hikaru just has that completely under control. And yeah. And also very good point you made, Fiona, that the king is unable to contribute because the black rook is making sure the king cannot cross over to the other. Well, the king can cross over to the other side, but not in the way she wants it to.
And I think Hikaru, he didn't play king g7 immediately. Instead,
Okay, this is a bit of a mystery move to me.
Does he just want to pick up that h4 pawn?
Or the a pawn, I'm not sure.
Or the a pawn, huh? Okay, can we still just push the c pawn?
I mean, Hikaru should be a little bit careful. Like, if now he goes with the rook to give a check, then the king will step forward. And like, then this might be legitimately dangerous, because we talked about how the pawn would not be able to get to the h6 square. Well, now it is. Like, that square is completely under control. So I don't like allowing this white king to keep progressing up the board. So yeah, king g7. I would have liked to see that move earlier, Hikaru. But yeah, king up attacks the rook. The rook has to step back, and then let's go back to the other plan of just moving the pawn up. There's no need to make threats over here. Just the only thing we need to make sure is that the pawn cannot progress past the h6 square, and that's going to be good enough.
Absolutely. And Jon Lukativik, with that last move, king g7, the time control has been reached. We've been here for a long time now. I think Vantika is probably going to take, is going to take a bit of time just to even calm down after the time scramble. So we're gonna go on a short break, and then we'll be back with the end of Hikaru's game, and we'll probably also take a look at what's been happening elsewhere on the top 10. I think there are a couple big upsets on the cards, so we'll come back to that. See you guys soon. is round 1 of the Qatar Masters, and Hikaru's game is still ongoing, but as we thought, both players have taken a little bit of time after they were added 30 minutes, and Jon Ludwig, we haven't missed very much at all.
No, this game is going to be over pretty soon. Hikaru bringing his king up, chasing the white rook back. This was very important because it makes it so much more difficult for the white pawn to progress along the side of the board. And on the other hand, Hikaru's pawn not having a difficult time making its way forward at all, pushing up towards the c3 square. And Hikaru is closest to getting a new queen, and he has 2 more pawns than his opponent. So this is going to be over very, very soon.
Yeah, not too much to say about this game. I think Vantika, she played such a brilliant game, but at this point, there is nothing to be done. I think she will probably resign shortly. But for now, she's trying to push that h-pawn up the board. h5 has been played, which I guess can be ignored. And do you just continue pushing the c-pawn?
Well, I think if you continue with the c-pawn, then white's rook will be able to get in to attack. You can protect it, but then bishop forces the rook back. And when the rook is forced back, the king can move up. Yeah, this is probably fine as well. But I thought maybe better not to let the king move forward. So I was thinking, we got these 2 extra pawns. Yeah. We might as well use them. So I was thinking b5 and then a5, just because whenever you have 2 pawns walking up the board together, especially when they're next to each other, they're just so powerful because they keep each other protected on the dangerous travel across the board.
Absolutely. Hikaru can pick here. He is really spoiled for choice for how he wants to win this game. I think, Jon Ludwig, maybe we can take a little moment now to go to board 4 is where I wanted to check in. So on the top 10 boards, we already saw Magnus's victory over Srihari. Arjun Erigaisi, Magsudlu, and Van Foreest have also won their games, but on board 4, Gukesh might be in some trouble.
Okay, getting recalibrated for the new position. Noticing that Gukesh's knight on b8. I don't know if it's ever been into the game. Well, I assume it has. It has to have, right? Because, well, somehow these rooks got into the game. But yeah, so Gukesh has been forced to move the knight back to be a protector of the c6 pawn. So that doesn't leave a great impression. We got some pawn tension on the king side. I'm not sure what to make of that. They made it to move 40 now, so both players have a lot of time on their clocks. Yeah, I don't know. It's equal on number of pawns. So I feel like the computer's estimation of white's position is a bit much. That being said, I do agree that Gukesh is facing some issues.
Another player who is facing some issues, and we can come back to this game in a little while, on board 10, Vladimir Fedoseev, well, he's just outright lost against yet another Indian player, Mohan Kushagra.
Yeah, that's over. White has an extra bishop. There's no use in continuing. The one threat Black had, a pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, well, that pawn is surrounded by white's forces. And Fedoseev goes down. That's a big win for Kushagra.
We just talked about Magnus carrying his forum from Albania to Qatar. Fedoseev actually suffered a very painful loss in an incredibly important last round game against David Anton. So unfortunately for him, that seems to be more of a case of the bad run continuing. It's always, I think, in a way, when you end one tournament badly, you're happy to be playing again soon to get a chance to bounce back. But I wonder where it went wrong here for Fedoseev. Where did that piece disappear?
Well, he's been dead or lost for a long time, it seems. Yeah. It's just, look at the difference between this knight and this bishop. It's incredible. The knight completely stuck on the edge of the board, the bishop being a good contributor in 2 diagonals. And very nicely, white manages to create an attack on the black king. And as the queen was about to join to do a checkmate, Fedoseev had to give up his knight in a desperate measure, but of course that's not going to be enough, because down the bishop, he will lose the game. So, I mean, I used to think, Fiona, that it's so difficult keeping track of all the Russian grandmasters, the Ukrainian grandmasters. Now, more recently, it's been very difficult to keep track of the Indian grandmasters. But if we now also need to know all the Indian international masters, the commentating task is just going to be impossible.
Yeah, we'll need some assistance, personal assistance, just to help us out with getting to know all the Indian prodigies, because, I mean, it's just unbelievable how well India has been doing. Jon Ludwig, I want to go to board 3, where Anish Giri had, according to the engine, a completely winning endgame. But suddenly things are not so clear any longer.
I just Googled this Kushagra kid. He's 19.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't know if you even qualify as a prodigy at 19.
No,
he's just a good player.
A veteran.
Compared to the other Indians, yeah, the youngsters. Giri, you wanted?
Yeah, Giri, because Giri, who is facing yet another Indian, suddenly this endgame where he's up a piece is not so clear any longer, because those pawns are running, and they're running fast.
How is that even possible? Wow. I think Anish was just very surprised that his opponent didn't resign. And he couldn't imagine that with an extra knight, he would even have to be careful. But with time dwindling down, wow, this H2 move is incredible. Apparently now Anish needed to go pawn to D6, but after pawn to D6, there's the very clever rook moving over, trying to provoke the rook into being captured, because then you can get a new queen. But then the computer says you're winning even though you're down a queen, because you have this pawn trying to become a new queen only being 2 steps away. Wow, that was a mad time scramble. And instead, Anish went with the rook to H1, which made a lot of sense, trying to eliminate the pawn. But G4. And finding this with only minutes on the clock is incredible. The idea being that you ignore the attack on the other pawn so that your next pawn can step further forward. And why do we care more about this guy than this guy? And the answer is trades. So for the pawn on h2, the rook could stand in the pawn's way and prevent it from becoming a new queen. However, with this new pawn, the big difference is the placement of the rook. And now Anish cannot use his rook to block the pawn, because then check on the king, lures the king forward, another check, attacking both the king and the rook. And if the trade happens, the pawn steps forward to become a new queen. Incredible.
So what is the defense after g3?
I'm not sure if there is one. I mean, I assume the computer is recommending that Anish just lets the opponent get a new queen. But personally, I feel like, why can't he play rook h4? That was my first instinct. So rook h4, you're trying to go rook to g4, so that if the pawn steps forward, check, attacks both the king and pawn. And then black has the only move, pawn to f5, to stop that. But then you can go rook h5, planning to go to the g5 square. And now the only move to make a draw, king f7. That gives Anish time. No, because now if Anish moves forward with the pawn, then this rook over is not check. And so the black rook comes in, check on the king, controlling the queening square. King moves
By the way,
up.
sorry to interrupt you for just 1 second, but thank you so much to chess.com, who have just gifted 50 subs. I don't know what that's about, but thank you so much, chess.com. Good to have you here with us. And sorry, continue, Jan Ludwig.
So yeah, that was so now you're threatening. No, now here, after king f7, pawn to g2 is a threat. And apparently, according to the computer, the king threatens the rook. And if the rook moves, the king can continue threatening the rook. And the rook has to stay on this file in order to stop the black pawn. And so it gets chased around. And if you move the rook to this g3 square, then pawn up, check, rook g3. But it's not over, because this is counter check. But then you're having trouble stopping this guy. And then you lose your rook, and it's probably a draw.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not possible to explain how tricky this is. And Anish does go rook h4. And
f5, the only move to save the game.
Yeah, but it's also the only
logical move.
It's the only logical move.
What do you think is the trickiest part of the defense for black?
I mean, I think it's tricky for white.
It's tricky.
No, but like Anish could easily kind of overplay his hand, and he's going to be really frustrated now. Obviously, Anish knows that at some point during this endgame, he had an extra knight. He was definitely winning. Like here, for instance, why is he going rook to d1? He could have just pushed the pawn. He could have just pushed the pawn. Okay, it's not that obvious, actually. Yeah, no, it's fairly obvious. So
this is crazy, actually.
Yeah, no, so Anish is going to be in a very poor mental state right now. And yeah, he's made a couple mistakes, and now the computer says if Black finds 2 good moves in a row, this is going to be a draw at minimum. And that's why I'm saying Anish is in a bad mental state. When you've made a couple of mistakes, you're more prone to making yet another mistake. And Anish has to be very careful here not to lose the game just through wanting to win more than staying objective about the situation.
Yeah, I mean, if Black holds this, it will be a shocking draw. For now, let's go back to Hikaru. Hikaru, who's been looking very relaxed on camera this whole time, while Vankita has just been. I need to stop calling her Vankita. Vantika. She has been spending a lot of time. Has she made a move yet?
Well, Hikaru made a move, so he played c3. And she decided in the end to use the bishop to try and stop the pawn's further progress. Hikaru aims at that bishop with his rook. The bishop moves away. And like her problem is that she's never getting this h-pawn past the h6 square. Hikaru has that square completely under control. So she's never going to be able to create any counterplay. And in the meantime, I do believe Hikaru has enough time to just push the pawns. Yes, it's pretty slow, but it's super effective in the long term.
Yeah, I felt like Hikaru was reaching for the king or something under, but that doesn't make much sense. So could he have been reaching for the e-pawn?
King makes sense in that you can go and try and attack the pawn in addition of staying in its way. Some people in chat are asking, what about rook trade? Rook to d2. My concern is that after the trade, the white king will be able to capture the pawn on d2. There, we don't have enough pieces to protect that pawn. Probably still winning.
Still be enough. Yeah.
Probably still winning because we have that pressure against the h5 pawn. But in comparison with just pushing the pawns up on the queen side, I don't think it's very effective.
Yeah, I mean, there is not. I really like your plan and just pushing those pawns, and white is basically helpless. The only question is, can white somehow attack the pawn on c3? I don't know, with rook e2, rook e3.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You need to spend an extra move getting the rook in position because we have this bishop here. So after b5, if the rook tries to move over, we're just in time to create our pawns protecting each other strategy.
And Hikaru actually goes for the rook trade. Good on you, Chad. Rook d2 is on the board. Hammer, you don't look impressed.
What? Yeah, sure.
Rook d2. I think Mertz it is a human move. If Hikaru is certain that that endgame is winning, he's getting some pieces off the board here. And the engine has also, in the beginning, it went down a bit, but it has now changed his mind and thinks this is also very strong. So yeah, I think this game is headed for a conclusion. It will not be over just yet. Let me see, where else could we go back to?
I just don't think that internet chats should get too much praise. We don't want them to get overconfident. They already have more confidence than
they should have.
It's appropriate. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find some other upsets.
Upsets?
So far,
so far you've had 3 of the best players in the tournament get crushed. Can we not? Don't we have any good news for the favorites?
The good news for the favorites is that they have won 5 of the top 10 games. So Magnus won his game, Abdusadrov, Arjun, Magzulu, and Jordan van Foreys. They also won on board 12. So all in all, it's not looking too bad, but it looks like we are going to get some big upsets, especially on board 10. I think Fedoseev, if anything, I'm shocked that game is still going.
Yeah, no, Fedoseev is I don't know why he's still playing, but he's probably very upset with himself.
Yeah. And okay, maybe we can go back to Anish for a second. I feel like
I think that's I agree. This is where it's happening right now. And after pawn to f5, that was the only defensive move found by Rohit. And then rook h5. So Anish uses this idea of, so the reason Anish didn't go rook h5 first is because then pawn to f6 takes control of the square the rook wanted to use. So Anish is thinking, I first pretend like I want to go to the g4 square. The pawn moves past where it can control g5, and then I go there. The problem is, after king f7, the king is contributing to stop this advance. Now king c2 from Anish. Now we have to take our thinking caps on. Yeah, so pushing the pawn, I think, is what we looked at.
Yeah.
Then rook over stops the pawn initially. Rook down, check. King up. And then we had this idea of the rook chasing, the king chasing the rook. Rook moves away, king follows. And I mean, what else is there, right? Rook here allows the pawn to progress. Anish
this line is pretty forced, actually, no?
Yeah, no, Anish spoiled it. There's not really much. I mean,
Anish is
how can black go wrong? Maybe let's look at how can black go wrong. So I'm thinking king g6 is a very natural move. But according to the computer, it's losing. After the rook returns to h1, this is interesting because Anish now managed to get the king off the bottom rank. Now advancing the pawn is not going to help because rook down is not going to be check and attacking the white rook. So you no longer have that check idea.
And if after g2, actually, can we just in that line? Suddenly after g2? What? What's going on with the computer?
I don't know.
I wanted to ask what happens here if we give a check on f2 and then use the other pawn. Just too slow, yeah?
Well, yeah, seems like it.
Rook f1? I'm shocked that this is... I would at least
you're getting the rook, I assume, right?
Yeah, I assume.
I can't go... I can't go here because of this check. I can't go here because of this check. And I can't go here because of this check.
Then it makes
So we
all
have to
makes
go
sense.
here. And now now you can't go here because of this one, and you can't go here because of this one. You can't go here because of this one.
I mean, in the worst case, you can probably also just take the pawn on f3.
Yeah, no, but the king just doesn't have any.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it had a safe square, you could just take the pawn on f3, right?
Yeah, sure. Fair enough. This is true. I don't know why I'm making it complicated. I didn't see that you covered the check. Yeah, no, so this game is wild. I guess king g6 is a possible mistake black could make. But so g2, it seems kind of slow. No, it doesn't feel slow because you're attacking.
No, yeah. I mean,
So
I think you would find
here.
this.
Ooh, look at this, Fiona. Look at this, Fiona. The only move to win is rook c2 instead of rook takes a2. This is what
the only move to draw, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, to draw. Well, a draw feels like a win at this stage.
It certainly does. So rook c2.
So the idea is, if rook takes pawn, then Anish can escape to the g3 square, since now there's no more f4 attacking the rook since the king came to the rescue. However, rook c2 is good because now there's no more rook g3 on account of this check.
Okay, that's not easy, actually.
Yeah, no, that's not easy at all. This is probably what Anish is aiming for, and then he hasn't seen this rook c2. Okay, let's this
go back to Hikaru.
Yeah, this game is gonna last for a while.
Hikaru looks like he's ready. Well, he's been ready to go home for a while, actually.
Hikaru wants the trade of rooks, and his opponent can't really prevent it because she can't avoid the rook trade without losing her bishop. So she decides to go for the trade, knowing that her king will then surround the pawn afterwards. Hikaru gives a check, trying to lure her into taking the pawn, since then he can move the bishop up to help the pawn's promotion. She doesn't fall for that, so she moves back to take the pawn. Hikaru takes the white pawn, and now we have 3 versus 1. But, and this is very important, if we get a situation like this, one where Hikaru brings his king up. He has this pawn, thinking, okay, I'll have her focus in the center and then I'll rush on the side. But there's a special circumstance here where the bishop can sacrifice itself against the black pawn. And despite Hikaru being up both a bishop and a pawn, this position is a draw because you cannot chase the white king out of the corner. There's nothing you can do to make the king move away from the pawn's queening plan.
Yeah, so that's literally, I think, the only thing that Hikaru needs to watch out for. But judging by his demeanor right now, he has it all figured out. I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier about how this game will be over soon, because I expected it to be over a long time ago. And I think what is the time for Vantiga? Under 9 minutes now. So that is the good news. The game, I think, can't go much longer than another 10 to 15 minutes. And elsewhere, Fedoseev has resigned. And Gukesh still in some trouble. Maybe we can go back to Gukesh. That has changed a little bit.
So last time we were here, computers hated Gukesh's position, but now at the very least, the knight he had that was in its initial square and giving protection to the pawn on c6. Now this knight is trying to do some attacking intentions instead. But after pawn to f4, creating the pawn chain, very similar to what Vanika tried today. There's an attack both against the pawn on g6 and the pawn on c6.
Mm-hmm.
But after pawn to c5, yeah, you lose one pawn, but suddenly Black has something going on with the pawns in the center. I think this is what Gukesh is going for. I think he's saying, I'll give up a pawn in front of my king. Looks pretty bad. But on the other hand, I'm getting this counterplay against the white pawn on b4, and the black pawns can become very dangerous moving forward through the center.
Yeah, I really feel that the engine evaluation here does not tell the full story. And White is still thinking here after knight d7, as we see a few. By the way, also Jon Ludwig, Anish is winning again. So things are happening everywhere. He did go wrong, but not in the way we thought. He actually, and we can take a look at this. We were wondering in this position after king c2, what are ways to go wrong? We came up with king g6. He did play the correct move first, rook f2, but I was shocked after king d3. He now played rook f3. You know how long he spent on that move? 5 seconds.
Why is it bad?
That we need to figure out still. Because just, I guess, because the pawn will not be protected when you push it to g2, yeah? Or what?
So I guess Anish can go to e1. Is that good? Okay, if going to e1 is good, then this is inexplicable from Black. Yeah. You just allowed the king to get so much closer to your key pawn.
Yeah, I really don't understand. I mean, I find rook f3 so mysterious that I even wonder, could it be like a broadcast error to play rook f3 check so quickly? It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Well, I mean, if he made up his mind, he made up his mind, right? If he was going to move the pawn forward, maybe he would have been more likely to do that immediately.
But pushing his pawns is the only plan in his position.
Well, I mean, I guess he's making the argument that he can give checks here. And if the king comes to e3, then the pawn gets involved. And here, these pawns are quite scary. He's kind of trying to provoke the king closer in order to get an extra move for this f pawn on its way forward. But I mean, with the computer's evaluation, we can clearly see that, you know, it's not a good idea. Shouldn't have done that. But in the heat of the moment, we do some some silly things.
I mean, Anish is also taking his time. Can he go wrong? Can he step wrong after rook f3?
Of course he could, but I mean, I like this plan of just returning with the king to the first rank, because previously the first rank was very bad for the king, but now because it's so much closer to this action, it seems like that will be sufficient. Oh no, you can still go wrong. Yeah. Now these two pawns are not. They're still quite dangerous. Anish decides to go king d4. Well, surely now you're going to give a check. Oh no, you can't give the check because then king e3, and now you don't have that pawn forward, which was your whole justification of doing this. And you can go g2, but then the rook comes to stop it. And then check, king steps back. If you try and block, then trade, and the king gets there just in time. There were like 3 moves in a row where if white didn't make the top choice, they would just lose instead of win. But yeah, no, Anish has calculated all of this, and now after king d4, there's no hope.
Anish will be very relieved. Surely he felt that he lost control of this position. And yeah, let's go back to Hikaru. Maybe we'll catch the end of the game. Every time we come back here, I think, maybe it's going to be over now. Only 4 minutes on the clock for Vantika, and Hikaru is just slowly making progress now, bringing his king, positioning his bishop on c6 so that the white king could not come further in. And we really are approaching the end here.
Yeah. A5 now being suggested by the computers seems sensible, seeing as how white put their pawn on a light square. When both bishops are on the light square, you generally want your pawns not to be on light squares, which can seem unintuitive in terms of if they're on the same square as your bishop, at least they can be protected. But it's more about how an army works together. And here Hikaru, by having pawns that control the dark squares and then the bishop controlling the light squares, you can see how he's controlling everything around the white king.
Absolutely. So a5 now on the board, and that e-pawn is soon going to be further pushed up the board with the support of
well, I mean,
king.
First the king is going to come, right?
Yeah.
And the only way for her to prevent this black king from coming up is by actually stepping back herself.
And that's what she has just done. King d3 on the board, and so is king f4.
Now she's going to have to go king e2, but you know, Hikaru's just going to move the pawn up. There's nothing really to play for here.
Yeah, I think we can now stay here until the handshake with 4 minutes on the clock. I think, you know, I saw there was a big discussion in the chat. Should she have resigned already or not? I actually think it's fair enough to play on. Now the position is hopeless. I also don't think that Hikaru minds as much as some people seem to be thinking in the chat. Or do you have any strong feelings about
Well, I personally, maybe not for an open tournament like this one, but when players get paid to play, typically top 10 tournaments where the players are invitees, I wanna ban resignation.
Okay.
Now that's controversial. But yeah, I don't see why we shouldn't be allowed to see how you win with an extra pawn or with an extra piece. Or most of the time, like especially at the top level, the opponent is just going to play very quickly, right? You're not going to spend lots of time on purpose to be a jerk. You're just gonna, it takes you another 3 minutes to just quickly play out the position. But yeah, there is a concern that it would just provoke people into self-mating and stuff, but so be it. At least then we can say, oh yeah, and here it's checkmate. He realized that it wasn't going to work, and so just allowed himself to be checkmated. I think that's fine. So
it's an interesting idea. I wonder if it will ever be tried. And yeah, meanwhile in the game, the last white pawn has dropped off. The white king is in check, and now the two pawns are just gonna run together.
Yeah, and the key difference here is that the white bishop is unable to sacrifice itself against the black pawn. If this black pawn had been one step further back, the bishop would sacrifice itself and the king would run into the corner. However, here, the king has to stay close to the pawn in the center, and that allows Hikaru to just push forward on the side. And then if the king tries to move over to the side to stop it, then the pawn in the center wins it.
Yeah, very nice. I was thinking about this as well. Like, I really think it's fine for her to have played on. Like, I don't think this endgame was like, oh my God, this is super obviously winning. Why doesn't she just resign? And I think it's made more. It looks worse than it is because Hikaru is pulling those faces. And of course, Hikaru figured out a long time ago that it was winning. And we can see it from his face. But if it wasn't for us seeing Hikaru, I don't think the chat would react so strongly. Does that make sense?
Well, it's also about seeing the computer, right?
Yeah.
And it's a completely different feeling sitting there over the board. But yeah, now King G3 is just... No, King G3, then Bishop D1. And so what she's trying to do is she's trying to run with the king to the corner to stop this pawn and then sacrifice her bishop against the other pawn. Of course, it's going to win, but let's just say I'm pretty sure half of chat would not manage to win this against her. It's not as obvious as everyone wants it. Claims it to be.
Yeah, I think when you Hikaru, it's clear. And oh, there comes the new score sheet. What move are we on? It looks like if she wants to resign, now is the chance before the new score sheet comes into action.
We're like 800 people in chat saying way more than half. Yeah, maybe I'm one of these elitist, out of touch people. I don't realize how bad chat is, and that's the closest thing you guys will ever come to a compliment from me.
I think I missed the compliment in there.
That I thought more people would make the draw than maybe what is reality. That's kind of a compliment.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see it. The pawn now on A3, Vantika played Bishop D1.
Yeah, but now Bishop D3. Nice move. Very nice move from Hikaru. This bishop now makes sure that the king cannot step closer to the corner. And what's going to happen now is just a Zugzwang. No, actually, what is going to happen now? Bishop H5. I thought Hikaru's just going to move the king up and get the bishop, but that's actually stalemate. So if Hikaru now just moves the king up and moves the pawn forward, then suddenly this is a draw, because after bishop takes pawn, if the bishop takes, you allow the king to hide in the corner. And if the king takes, It's actually stalemate because you're controlling all the squares around the king, but the king is not in check. And so the game is over, declared a draw. So what Hikaru is going to have to do instead, I guess, try and trade the bishops.
Hikaru actually
the
steps
bishop
back
can get,
with the king.
yeah. Okay.
So the king is headed what, to c3?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so the king goes to c3 and then he's threatening a2. And in order to stop a2, the bishop will have to move, but then e2 and it's checkmate. Good job, Hikaru. Good choice. King coming to c3, good move.
I really like what the Hikaru did there with the bishop and the pawns, completely restricting the white king, and this is going to set up this beautiful finish. And there is the resignation. So Hikaru starts the tournament with a win in round 1. It wasn't always easy. She played the first parts of the game incredibly well until there was no time left on the clock. And then things turned pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, I think it was a well-fought game. I think Hikaru was always trying to make something happen. She played very, very well, but she spent too much time.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Sometimes in order to play well, you spend a lot of time, and then that comes back to bite you later on. And it did for her. And Hikaru manages to get a win in a tough round. And I think especially when he looks at the trouble the other players have had today, he's going to be very happy to get that win with the black pieces and get a good start.
It's also really nice to see Hikaru and Vantika still at the board discussing what happened. And I'm curious to hear Hikaru's thoughts on the game, but I think he, as you said, will be full of praise. But
I think also the fact that he's taking this time to discuss the game, it's really a compliment to her, because it means he felt like there were some very interesting moments worth discussing.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what we are going to do. Sorry, what did you actually? I was sidetracked for a second. What did you say about what they were discussing?
Just that she played well. They had something to discuss. It wasn't like a one-way game.
Absolutely, it certainly wasn't. Now that the game has ended, we don't know yet if Hikaru will come in for an interview, but do stay tuned. There is a chance he'll be here. We don't know how far he is, so we'll keep you guys posted. Actually, before we go on break, let's quickly check back in with Gukash and Anish. Anish is winning again. I don't think that's gonna change. And what do you think? Will Gukash's opponent actually create this big upset in the All-Indian clash?
It's way too early to tell. I think Gukash is trying to create a position where he too has chances to win. So I think both players playing for the win right now. And even though the computer massively favors white, look also at the time situation. White is down to 7 minutes on the clock in what is still a very, very tense situation. So I would say Gukash still has decent chances of managing to turn it around and getting that very crucial first game win.
We'll check back in with this when we come back from break. So don't go anywhere. As we said, we don't know about Hikaru just yet, but do stay tuned until the news comes in. And we'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Hikaru is on the way back to the hotel, so we'll probably hear from him in a moment. But for now, we're going to keep covering the round 1 action, and we're going to jump back into this game, Jan Ludwig, between Mohammad Nubair Shah and Gukash. And Gukash, you know, the engine says it's serious trouble, but times are ticking down. Let's catch up with what's been happening here the last few weeks.
And I think Gukash has managed to improve his position compared to earlier in the game. We looked at this tension here between the pawns, and I really disliked the knight on b8, having to protect the pawn on c6. And what Gukash has managed to do is that he lost the pawn in front of his king, but his revenge is that both the knight and the c pawn is advancing up the board. So I actually managed to predict that this pawn would progress up. And right now, it's just looking very, very tense, with both players being super low on time. Gukash using his rooks to point in towards the b4 pawn, trying to regain that one, seeing as how he is only 1 pawn down at this stage. And then we have the white player bringing the rook into the open file, having that pressure down towards a poorly defended black king. But they say that there's this, I know there's a lot of like rules in chess or like sayings, and I'm not sure if even half of them are true. But they do say that with a knight on f6, you're never getting checkmated. To be fair, that's mostly about a queen coming to the h7 square.
You meant with the knight on f8, yeah?
Yeah. Knight on f8, you're never getting checkmated, but it has to do with the h7 square. But here, because of the, let's just say, vulnerability of the black king, there are many, many, many more squares in which the king could potentially get checkmated. That being said, look at the time. 3 minutes and counting for white. And you're about to potentially lose a pawn on the queen side. I maintain that Gukash still has decent chances not only to survive this, but actually win it.
Okay, well, Gukash right now, Gukash's opponent, his bishop is under attack. So either he drops the bishop back, or I see the computer mentions f5, which is a very brave move.
Yeah, pawn to f5 would open up for the queen to get involved to the h6 square. As such, I would say it's pretty logical. My concern would be something like pawn takes f5, because queen to h6 isn't really that much of a threat, seeing as how the black queen could intervene. And if white captures the pawn on d5, yeah, you are threatening a lot of stuff at the same time. But what if you just go for the queen trade? Because here, white has to agree to the queen trade because of the threat both against white's queen and the white bishop. And without the queens, you're not going to checkmate the guy. So I'm not sure. Okay, he does go f5. Interesting.
Wow, f5, this is really shaking things up. I still think that he's going to win. I mean, I just can't believe that you can survive with this king on g8. But a big decision ahead of Gukash now, who also doesn't have that much time, only 7.5 minutes. f5, okay, do you think you have to take?
I think so, yeah. Because here, one of the problems here is that if rook takes pawn, which is what you were kind of trying to make happen over on the other side, then pawn to f6 attacks the queen. And when the queen moves away while keeping the protection of the rook on h4, on b4, Okay, I was actually going to say you can sacrifice your rook, come in with a queen, and then the pawn gives the checkmate. Apparently, computer points out that pawn first and then queen is also checkmate. But when given the chance to choose between a rook sacrifice followed by pawn checkmate or a queen coming in for the checkmate, I mean, surely it's worth investing that extra move to make the pawn the checkmating party, right?
I am with you 100%.
It's definitely not because I didn't see this.
No, I genuinely think it's nicer to play rook h8 with the pawn mate.
3 is more than 1 and then 2. That can be our justification. Oh, I thought more is better. Checkmate in 3 moves, checkmate in 2 moves.
Well, I just thought the prettier mate should get priority over the faster mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the live position where Gukesh is still thinking after f5.
For sure he's gonna take. I refuse to believe. Because, well, that point, I forgot the point I was making. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is that we need to stop this pawn from progressing. So I don't really see much of a choice. I guess you could take the bishop.
I was wondering about that, actually.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm seeing this and people are not seeing it. I apologize. Computer is saying rook to h6 here. It's the best move. The knight literally just captured our bishop. And the computer says, no, bring your rook up to attack the knight. Allow the knight not only to escape, but also capture another important pawn. But we get this pawn to f6.
This is a
the queen moves away, then wow. Let's just say that's not going to happen. But it's very pretty. That is wild.
By the way, Hammer, in the chat, Wandering Bishop was asking how rare is it for a 2750 GM to lose to an IM in classical chess?
I guess that's pretty rare. Just happened with Fedoseev, though. Fedoseev actually lost his 2700. Oof.
Yeah, and the question was about 2750 because Gukesh really has been making some massive strides this past couple of years and this year especially.
Yeah, but I don't think he's losing. But yeah, okay, no, it's very rare. It would be a huge accomplishment. And this guy, I think I've seen this guy before, which probably means he's not super young.
Yeah, I think I saw him at the Qatar Masters in 2015, and he was already not a child if he is who I think he is. So yeah, definitely not one of these kids. Jan Ludwig, we talked about the time as well. The time has completely evened out. This is now basically a blitz game with both players under 3 minutes. Are you surprised that he hasn't captured yet on f5?
No. I mean, it's a tremendously complicated position. I do think he will end up deciding on this move, but yeah, he's weighing his options, and he probably realizes that after takes and then queen takes d5 check. Honestly, maybe you can even move the king up. But yeah, he's probably realizing that if he does go for this queen trade, he's not going to win the game. I mean, he's going to have decent chances of making a draw, but he's not going to win it. So I feel like, I don't know. He's weighing his options. I would think.
Do you think he is thinking of winning the game rather than surviving?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wants to survive, but he wants to survive in a way that he can also win if given the opportunity. He does take on f5. I think it's the only real choice he had. Now, the computer is advocating bishop takes f5, but I don't really see that happening because after bishop takes, the queen gets centralized and you're attacking this guy and you're allowing the rook to g7, especially this rook to g7. Ooh, but there's queen g5 check. Oh, that's nasty. Queen g5 check on the king, and if rook g7, the bishop moves out of the way, giving the check and opening the attack on the queen in the center. He could find that.
Bishop h7 is a really, really pretty move. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I mean, every moment, every move is going to be a big moment now. I think the first instinct is to take this pawn, but if he can kind of figure out that he can prevent the black rook from getting into a defensive,
but
no, he does
he's
take.
taken on d5. I think the more human of the two moves.
And I think if Gukesh wants to win now, he needs to go king g7. So king g7, he goes for the win. Queen e6, he's trying to defend to a draw.
Okay, if we already looked briefly at queen e6, let's look at king g7.
King g7, and this knight is doing a fantastic job of keeping the light squares around the king under wraps. So after king g7, bishop takes pawn. Then the black rook will make a breakthrough on the other flank, and there will be some opportunities to give a check on the white king. Trade, and then maybe rook h4, I would say.
Yeah.
No, but rook h4. So you're trying to give a check on the king, and you're kind of struggling to figure out how to make it happen. But rook h4 tries to get the check, but then it turns out this black rook is doing an amazing job from the opposite flank. So yeah, I think this is okay for black as well. Oh, clearly the computer says it's winning, but in practical play, this is not easy for white.
And Gukesh still thinking under a minute now, a big decision ahead. Is it going to be something like this, playing with fire with king g7, or will he keep it a bit safer and play queen e6? Queen e6 forces the queen off, the queen's off, and that's what he's gone for. Okay, so queen e6.
I still think Gukesh has good chances of making a draw here. There's no obvious plan for white to utilize the extra.
By the way, guys, Hikaru will be here with us very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere right now. Very soon we'll hear from Hikaru about his round one game and also first impressions from Qatar. So what do you think? You think it's going to be a draw, this one?
I think so. I think Gukesh is, right now he's jumping forward with his knight. He has this pressure on the bishop. He has the pressure on the pawn. He's making life uncomfortable for white. And the white pawns are not really working together very well.
Yeah, so this one, let me see actually what else in the top 10 boards. Only this one is still going, and on board 9 we haven't looked at that. We're not going to go there now. It's a queen ending between Nihal Sarin and Zhu Zhen, which probably will end in a draw. This one, tremendously exciting still to see Can white keep it together and win this ending? What is it? 2 extra pawns, but one probably will drop?
Well, one definitely will drop, right? The knight is attacking the bishop. The 2 rooks are attacking the pawn on on b4. And both players down to just a minute on the clock. I feel like this is they're also following the very same variation we talked about at the when he did play f5. So I feel like the play has been very, very logical from both players.
30 seconds now. Both players. It's a tricky position as well to play knights, as we all know all too well. Knights are tricky beasts, and you don't like facing them with just seconds on the clock. And it's decision time now for white. Is the bishop gonna move? Is he gonna defend the bishop?
Surely he's gonna go bishop e4, right? Bishop e4, moving the bishop out of the way, attacking the rook. The rook captures. Oh, wow. Double question mark? That's harsh. But it was clearly the most illogical move in the position. And after rook takes b4, I guess we'll get a trade of rooks. And then the bishop in to give a check. And king into.
What's up, you guys? How's it going?
Hello, welcome, Hikaru.
Good to be back.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think, maybe we'll just ask your opinion on the live position here. It looks like Gukesh just saved it, and then we'll go to your game.
Yeah, so, I mean, I haven't been following this game very closely, to be honest, but I felt like Gukesh was in some trouble for quite a bit. I don't mean to say that he was like losing, but it felt like he was trying very hard to keep it complicated, to try and win the game, because obviously if you draw a game, you lose all your points and then some. So, I mean, it seemed like he was a little bit worse, but I assume rook c1 is the only move, and now Gukesh, rook c1, rook c5, bishop c4, some pawns go off, and it should be a draw, I would think here. I mean, maybe bishop c4, there's rook c5, but I mean, it's kind of hard to believe. So, I mean,
do you think Gukesh has been trying to win even as he was down a pawn?
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at it in a while. I mean, I only saw it around the time with h5. I mean, it's many, many moves ago now, but it felt like, I mean, he was going to try to find some way to keep it going, even at the cost of maybe being worse. But yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. Like, I had the same situation in my game too, where it's like, I mean, you're playing someone who's much lower rated by 300 plus points, and you're not really sure what to do. So it's very tricky. Like my game, I mean, I played a slightly different move order. If we go back to the opening.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. By the way, while we're at it, also I just want to say for everybody who's watching, you know, I got this this foldable like double monitor, so I can actually it's almost like streaming now, so I can see the chat at the same time, even though I'm on my laptop. So to all the people who are watching and doing the hand clap, big shout out to everybody. So yeah, so back to the game, right? So we get to this position where I played knight e4. I changed the order. Normally you castle and then go knight e4, and I was doing it to create an imbalance. So yeah, just keep going forward. All this was prep, obviously. Yeah, f5. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, after f5, I was expecting bishop f4, and I was going to go g5 and have like a fun time at least. And I mean, it's very complicated. But then at the board, as soon as my opponent played knight takes e4, I realized it's like I'm not getting quite what I want. So when you play a lower rated player, you're sort of hoping for an imbalance because you don't want to draw the game. And I was very unhappy here because I didn't really see a way to avoid massive trades and an easy plan for her with f3 and maybe e4 down the road. So, I mean, I looked at both captures here. I was thinking about d takes e4, knight e5, and then I think I was looking at both knight takes, knight e5, d5, and h5, which I think is actually quite bad because of rook d1. Yeah, rook d1 exactly, and white's just better because there's like a bishop b4 idea. And I also was looking at knight e5, h5 without trading on e5, but I mean, it looks so speculative here to play something like h5. I mean, it doesn't feel right. And so like, yeah, I wasn't, you know, actually, I guess it's just losing, which is even better. but yeah, I didn't quite know what to do. And also in this position after DE4 knight e5, I mean, I can also just trade in castles, but after DE4 knight e5 takes castles and F3, like it's just so easy. White just trades all the pawns in the center at some point. F3 here maybe isn't quite right, but you can just play like Rook D1 first or something, and then Bishop C3 F3. And I mean, I didn't see how I'm going to get some kind of imbalance to win the game. And even though my opponent is like 300 plus points lower rated, I think the position is too easy to play for white. So that's why I settled on FE4. And I mean, I don't think what I did was very good, actually. So yeah, I decided to trade and castle. Again, I traded because I wanted to create some kind of imbalance here at least. And I thought she played fine mostly. I thought Rook D1 was good. Yeah, I mean, I thought everything she did was good, but the point is she spent too much time on it. And I think we just keep going. Queen E8. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff. Like, I was sure that I was worse here. I mean, I was very happy she played B3 because I thought Bishop H3 was scary. But again, you're playing someone who's much lower rated, and you feel like you kind of have to take some chances at critical moments. Yeah, so she played B3, then I took, and I played Queen G6. Yeah, and this, for whatever reason, I forgot she could move the queen away. I was just expecting her to trade the queens and play the endgame, and then, yeah, I mean, I think here I'm probably completely fine. It's an endgame, so I can probably try to swindle her down the road. But then she played Queen C1, which I thought was actually surprisingly good because there's always some Queen A3 idea. Like, I always wanted to go C5 somewhere. There's always like Queen A3. I mean, it's just very, very bad for me. So, yeah, I played Rook D8. Give me 1 second. Sorry, my phone's ringing. 1 second.
But yeah,
I feel
so
like
far,
I feel like Hikaru's just saying what we've been saying, right? She played a really good game, and she spent too much time. And like this Queen C1 move, it was very, very good, and she repeatedly made good decisions. Also, the practicality. Hikaru's talking about this, that after this trade of knights, it's not that it's a good move, but it's about how it makes white's position easier to handle afterwards because your play is so straightforward.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, dealing with a slight emergency. 1 second. Sorry, my stepfather actually went to the airport, and in the process when he was going to the airport, his wallet fell out in the car, so I'm just kind of dealing with a bunch of stuff. Sorry about that. Okay, so where were we?
We were trying to take up we were actually discussing some of the things you said about her play, and I guess we were at Queen C1, which you said was a good move.
I mean, actually, around here, I started feeling I was going to get some chances because I was way up on the clock as well, and as soon as I played Rook A8, I was quite mad at myself. I thought I should have just played H5 right away and just gone all in for it. I thought I should have just gone H5 H4. So, yeah, because basically in the game when I played Rook D8, F4, and then I played I realized for whatever reason, I just did not expect her to play F4. I just forgot that after H5, she has Bishop F3 and Bishop H3, and both moves I think are quite good. And I mean, as soon as she played Bishop H3, I was already quite unhappy with myself, so it seemed like it was going to be quite messy. But the thing is, she was too low on time, and I mean, I said this recently. I don't know if I should say it again. I mean, some people will get mad at me for saying this. But I do feel like when you look at players who are in this range very specifically, like you look at like some of the male players to their female counterparts in like the 24 to 2500 range, I do feel like a lot of the girls sort of they overthink at moments on moves that they should not be overthinking on, and they tend to get in time pressure much more than men do. And I mean, that's not to like be critical necessarily, but it feels like that happens like with a lot of them. And I mean, I said this on a stream a while back as well. There was a game in the Women's World Cup between Nurgal Salimova and I think it was Alexandra Goryachkina. And Nurgal got this like winning position, and she like basically used way too much time and then wasn't able to keep the pressure going, wasn't able to win the first game of that match. And I mean, I'm just using that as an example. And I know some people are going to get angry at me for saying that, but I felt like in this game, my opponent Vantika, she used too much time on some of these moves that she should not have used too much time. And I really do think if she got this position with 30 minutes versus 10, there's a very good chance she would not have lost this game.
Yeah, it's very funny you should say all this because we had this exact conversation during the stream today.
Oh. Okay. I had no idea. That's kind of funny, actually.
That's why John Ludwig was laughing away.
I made the same point. I didn't know you had said it before, though. But
I mean, it's just I just feel like when I look at some of the games, I feel like a lot of the games that the very strong women are playing, there tend to be a lot of time scrambles, and there tend to be a lot of blunders by both players usually. And I feel like, I mean, if some, like, for example, I think Katarina Lagno is a great example of somebody who actually is very practical with the time usage and doesn't get into the crazy time pressure, which also might be why she's like one of the strongest. But I just feel like, yeah, there's certain moments where I've seen it. And also, of course, I've been following the US Women's Championship, obviously, and I've had a heart attack pretty much every single day when I'm watching some of the games. Like, it's not even just watching my wife's games, but just watching the games, whether it's her opponents or even other games. There are a lot of moments when I watch games and I'm literally yelling at my screen. I'm saying, just move. I mean, the moves are obvious. And then they sit there and think for 10 or 15 minutes, and I start to lose my mind. So it's something I've seen, but I do think that time played a huge role in this game, because I think if my opponent had more time, there's a very good chance she would not have blundered. Because what happens after bishop h3, I played what did I play? I played h4, which of course was a bad move, but she was low on time, so it's like I would have played this. You know, if she had 30 minutes, I never play h4. But because she was down to 10 minutes, I felt like I had to try and press her on the clock, very specifically in the situation. But if she had 20 minutes or more, I would never have played h4.
But what would you play then?
I would have
the computer's top choice. It's such a sad move to make, though. The bishop was the only thing putting pressure on White's position.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, after h4, I'm losing, right? After h4, queen b1, I'm losing. No,
I don't know.
I still can hang on g4. I was gonna go queen h6 g4, and then I wasn't sure. Like, I was hoping there was some kind of tactic or something like dc4 g5 queen h5, but I didn't actually see it. And
we were actually wondering when we commentated at that point if h4 was a gamble, and first we thought, yeah, of course.
No, I mean,
I wasn't sure.
Time. I mean, she was low on time. If she wasn't low on time, I would never have played h4. But she's low on time, and I figured, you know, I might as well try it. That was basically the rationale behind me doing this. But it was a pure gamble. It was a pure gamble because also, I mean. Well, also because, like, just talking generally about the tournament. I mean, I've said it before. Like, obviously, if I qualify for the Kansas Knights, if I don't, it's not the end of the world either. But I feel like in this situation, if I were to say be a little bit more solid here and make the draw, which I think I could do quite easily, I'd be dropping like 3 points already for this first game. Then I'm going to get someone who's still probably like 2450, 2500 tomorrow with White. And I mean, that's not to say I shouldn't win that, but already it's a situation where, like, if I don't win today and then I draw tomorrow, for example, I'm already losing like 6 or 7 rating points, and that's only 2 days into the 20 days of chess that I have ahead of me. And I figured, like, whatever, like I'd rather go for it. If I win, things are good. If I don't, well, I already know where I stand. So I figured I might as well go all in.
Seeing as how you kind of opened the door to that discussion, are you looking to? Do you have any chances to win in this FIDE circuit thing, or are you only going for the rating spot?
I mean, I think theoretically, like, if I were to finish, I don't know, I were to, let's say, like, tie for first here and then finish like third or something in Isle of Man, that's one way where I'm not automatically going to get in, perhaps. And I mean, maybe then I get in from the circuit, but. Again, I mean, it's so complicated and sort of expecting that to happen. I mean, it's something that I mean, you can't even really predict, because who knows? I could start off really well here, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do well in Isle of Man. Likewise, I could do really poorly here. So, I mean, yes, if I do really well in this event, it keeps the door open for other possibilities, but I'm not really thinking about them much. I'm just figuring, like, rating is the way in, and if I don't make it, I don't make it. But I might as well have some fun along the way, and you know, as they say, chess is all about gambas, so might as well gamble.
So how does the rating thing work? I guess next game with the white pieces, obviously you're going to be a big favorite and just going to go all in for the win. But say when you're going to have black against a 2600, how would you then approach having to always consider, I want to qualify for the World Championship qualifier, the candidates? I mean, do I play risky to win points, or do I play safe not to lose many?
Well, you know, I mean, to be completely fair is the thing, though. Like, if I draw 2600, like, I'm not great at math, but I think I lose like 1.5 points. I think drawing a 2400, I lose like 3 points or more. So like if I draw at 2600 and then I win another game, I'm in great shape. But if you draw 2400 and like beat at 2550, I think they only even out. I mean, not to the math. You know, I don't know the exact math. But I feel like it's easier to recover from a draw against 2600. Now that being said, I mean, if the chances are there, I will take them, of course. But that doesn't necessarily mean they will be there. It's just that today against the 2400, I felt like I really had to go for it. It just felt like the right decision. But after today, it's going to be pretty much game by game. I mean, you can't force it. And, you know, that's another thing I think that has changed a lot for me. Is that like when I look at today's game versus a lot of games, like say 3 years ago, I did play some opens. There's one open specifically that sort of sticks in my mind, and it was Gibraltar. I think it was in 2019. It might have been 2018, but I think it was 2019. And in the first game, I blacked against somebody who was like 2400, and I wasn't able to win. And the second game I played, another guy who was like 2450 with white, and he just knew like 25 moves in his Catalan line. I drew that game. And I feel like just thinking back to those events, I was very stressed playing these lower rated players. Whereas today, for the most part, I kept telling myself, doesn't really matter as long as you're not outright losing. Even if you're a little bit worse, just keep the game going. Eventually, a blunder will appear on the board. And so having that mindset, I think helps a lot. But back to the main point, I just like I'm not. It's just game by game. Today, it just felt like the right choice to go for it.
You talked about the blunder. It didn't take long. King F2, I imagine, a move that you were very happy to see.
Yeah, I was very happy because it was a move that she played in like 2 minutes. She clearly was nervous. And I knew after King F2, like there's definitely no risk of me like losing. And I thought after takes and C5, it just gets very, very hard to play for white. But to her credit, I mean, she found Queen E1 and Queen E4, which I thought was actually the best. I mean, maybe it's not actually the best, but I thought it was the best way of playing. Or maybe I just suck because I missed something. Computer says it's much better. Wait, what did I miss? Takes King G3, and then what? Rook F7. I saw Rook F7 in some position, not here. What did I see it? I saw Rook F7 somewhere, but it was. I feel like it was maybe after. I think I saw Bishop H4, King G2, Rook F7, but I didn't look at it in this specific position. Although isn't there's F5, Queen H7? Wow. Okay. Wow, Queen H7, this is winning. Yeah, I mean this is a bit out there. I mean I think I looked at it in the other order with Bishop H4, but I think with Bishop H4 there was some reason it doesn't work. I can't remember right off, but I think maybe it's just that white can go King G1 or something. I don't know, maybe not. Yeah, I mean I wasn't sure, but I looked at it, but not in that exact position. So that's what it is. So. But yeah, and then and then she blunders F5 here because she's so low on time. I mean, 23 minutes against 45 seconds, like that's never going to work out. And that's one thing, like, you know, when I've spoken to my wife during the US Women's Championship, I've always told her that like there's certain situations where you cannot have like 20, like let's just say 15 or 10 minutes less and have like 30 seconds to like 3 minutes when your opponent has 15 seconds in a position where you don't have straightforward, obvious moves. And I think in this case, again, for me, all my moves are reactionary to whatever she does. I have the 23 minutes. She has 1 minute. That's just, it's not realistic. I mean, maybe here Rook F3 or Queen F3 still keeps the game going, but already it's going very much in the wrong direction. And I think F5 was just sort of the end of the game in some ways. Because yeah, what I did was correct. Yep. Yeah, and all of this is just I think all this is straightforward.
A few people in the chat were discussing this and wanted us to ask you, do you feel she should have resigned sooner?
Yeah, I mean I think she should have. Definitely. I mean I would have said probably the point when she should have resigned was when I went C3. I think that was the moment because already, I mean, at this point until I find C3, there still are some real tricks. Like instead of C3, I go B5. Like white always has this weird trick with King H4. Like King H4, let's just say A5, King G5. I mean, probably I can sack or something and win, but like King F4, Rook E4, King G5 with H6, and at least optically, it looks like there's some tricks still. Yeah, I mean, I guess even C3 wins here, but it looks a little bit scary, like on first glance. So I thought it was fine, but probably after C3, I think after C3 she should have. I think after C3 she probably should have resigned. I mean, definitely after Rook D2, but well, maybe not definitely after Rook 2, but after I played Bishop F7, which is the last thing. I mean, already here it's obviously lost, no matter what white does, but it's not that big of a deal.
Okay, so that's for the game. Hikaru, can you give us your first impressions? How is the tournament in Doha? How is everything on site?
Yeah, I mean, which answer do you want? Do you want like the politically correct, like proper chess answer, or do you want like the answer that like the real people want to hear? I mean,
The real.
I'll give you both. I mean, I'll give you both. I mean, frankly, the atmosphere is amazing. I think it's great. There are a lot of fans. There are a lot of fans in the stadium watching. That being said, there are some issues because, like, for example, when I've gone to the bathroom, there are people who they asked me to take a picture with me during the game, which of course is, I mean, by chess rules is not correct. But obviously there are enough arbiters around and things like that. So it's definitely, I mean, there are no issues. So it's great to see there's so many fans here. I mean, I want to say there are probably at least 100+ people just sitting in the huge stadium, just in the seats all around the floor where we were playing. So I thought it was really good. But there's so many people who are interested. I mean, I've been here in the Gulf quite a bit in recent times. I've been in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. I was here in Doha in 2016 for the World Rapid and Blitz. So I like it. I mean, I like this part of the world. I mean, it's a little bit too hot perhaps, but the people are very friendly, very respectful, and I hope I'll be back for the World Rapid and Blitz to some city nearby in 2 months.
Wait, what? This is news to me.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I mean, from what I've heard, there's a very good chance it's going to be in Abu Dhabi, but again, that's just a rumor at the present moment. It's not been confirmed or anything. But for me, you know, to go from a situation where I guess, I mean, this is a little bit off topic, but where I had been told it was almost certainly going to be in Kazakhstan, and there's probably like a 10% chance of me playing, to being potentially in Abu Dhabi, where there's basically a 100% chance of me playing. It's a very, very pleasant surprise potentially. So I hope it's here because if it's here, I'm going to play. If it's not here, I'm not going to play. So that's pretty straightforward.
What do you? I mean, this World Blitz and Rapid, I guess, is one of your favorite tournaments, one of your strongest. Really,
I think what I would say about it is it's sort of like I would say it's in a way it's like a mini chess Olympiad. And what I mean by that is all the strong players show up, both the men and women. So there's a lot of opportunities to socialize. The only difference, of course, is you don't have the extra, like you don't have the bottom 100 teams like Bermuda throwing their crazy parties. But still, I mean, it's a very nice atmosphere. It generally has been. So I do like playing the event, and obviously playing Rapid and Blitz is much more fun than playing Classical. When you know a game goes like 1 hour at most, it doesn't go like 5 hours. Like, I mean, this game today was like 5 hours. I mean, I'm playing at 2400, and it goes like 4.5, 5 hours. I mean, what am I doing here? So yeah, it's what it is. But hopefully.
What I was going to get at, and maybe this is a bit controversial, but with Magnus giving up the World Championship title, I think that in some respects gains it promotes the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, because that's the championship the best player is vying for. And what I wanted to ask you, Hikaru, is how do you feel about the championship now 2 months out, still not being scheduled, when it could actually be kind of one of the most important events for chess, both for you and for like the popularity of chess, with Magnus going for the World Championship title and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really problematic more than anything else because of the time when it's held. It's always held over Christmas, and I think, you know, there are a lot of players, perhaps chess players, who are aliens and they don't have families, they don't have obligations at the time. Or, you know, if you're in Russia, or if you're Russian, for example, you celebrated, I think maybe like 2 weeks later, if I'm not mistaken, like the New Year or whatever it is. But I think for a lot of players like myself, like Wesley So and others, I mean, it's very tricky to like suddenly have it sprung on you like 1 month before in some case, or even I feel like it might be even be a little bit shorter sometimes. It's very unpleasant to try and plan around it or scheduling wise. So I think it's not a good thing that they wait until the last minute. It would really be nice if they could decide it sooner. I don't know if it's like a sponsorship issue exactly or what it is, but you know, at any rate, I think more than anything, it would be nice if they could just they could say like it's going to be here like 3 months in advance. And, you know, that's one thing also that I have to say when I think about the current landscape of chess. most tournaments, for example, they actually do plan much further out in advance now than they ever used to. As a good example, the US Championship, which is going on right now, I think I got the invitation for that event. I want to say maybe the middle of June or something, and there was like a first week of July deadline, I think, to play or not play the tournament. That's what the tournament happening in October, 3 months out. So I think considering what we see with so many different tournaments, sort of sending out invitations and contracts in 2.5, 3 months in advance now. It really is somewhat inexcusable that FIDE is not able to lock down the venue and give us proper time to prepare.
Yeah, and I feel like chess.com recently announced their 2024 schedule. So already you have events over a year out on the calendar. And I feel like also organizers have become better at talking to each other to make sure that things don't clash.
Yeah, so I mean, based on what you're saying, I mean that means the presumption is that it's a sponsorship issue, and they struggle getting people to sponsor the event. But obviously, I don't know if that's if that is the actual issue or what's going on. But certainly, it feels like specifically with the World Rapid and Blitz, like every year it's the same thing. It's always you find out maybe 1 month or a little over 1 month before the event, and most of the other events, I think FIDE actually does a pretty good job of announcing them in a relatively timely manner. But this one, for whatever reason, it's always last minute. And then you find out you have to like travel to the middle of nowhere. And I mean, like last year I did it, but I'm just not going to do it again. So I'm hoping that it's in the Gulf, because I think there's a lot of potential. There are a lot of fans here, like even today, just seeing so many fans showing up. I mean, sure, you can say like maybe there should be a little bit more security or things like that, instead of having 50 people on the floor, like wanting to take pictures, or like I think Magnus's game maybe it was like 5 moves in and there's like this massive crowd of like 20 people with their cell phones. They literally went right up and stood just on the other side of the board. I think people actually might have seen that on the live cam, but it was just, I think Magnus sort of looked at them and he was a little bit confused because there were literally like 20 or 30 people. They're just standing there snapping pictures. And this was after the game had started too. But I mean, I think there were a lot of fans. There was a lot of enthusiasm. There was also the World Championship that was held in Dubai, I think 2021 as well. So I mean, I've never had a bad experience in Qatar or in the Emirates. So I mean, hopefully there will be more events here.
Hikaru, I only have one final question for today. How do you enjoy these formats, these big opens where you get to play people you don't usually get to face in classical chess?
I mean, I think the simple answer is if you get off to a good start, if you win the first game or first 2 games, like it's really fun. But it's when you don't win those first couple of games. And again, I will draw on my experience from Gibraltar, having played that tournament, won it like 5 times. But the last time that I played, I think I drew the first 2 games, and that was just this big slog and a grind just to try and win games against these like 2500s and get back up to the upper half of the standings. So I think it really comes down to the first couple of games. If you play well and you survive, it's great. If you are Gukesh and you draw this game, which I assume he's going to draw today, you're like, what am I doing? Anish, same thing. Yeah, and like Anish, yeah. I thought Anish was winning. Then then I looked again, and he's shaking his head, and then he seems confident. Then he seemed unsure again. So I actually have no idea what Anish's game. Anish won. Okay. Because somewhere around here, it was a draw around here, right? I mean, it felt like there was something for Black, but yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, I would say, the first like 2 or 3 games. So yeah. Oh, okay, great! Now my phone's ringing. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I don't know, Jan Ludwig, if you have any more questions. Otherwise, I think
I feel like I already used my dose of questions. I feel like I got my money's worth and then some. It's so tempting when you have Hikaru there. It's an opportunity to just ask everything, and he's too polite to just say no. And so he'll just. This is something I've experienced with Magnus as well. They're so honest. Like the top chess players, if they get asked a question, they will respond to it and they will answer the question you asked. Instead of a lot of sports personalities, it's like they're coached in dodging questions rather. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I think it's really refreshing, and I don't know what has caused this.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
No, I think
No,
we were
I told you.
just-
I mean, I'll tell you guys why. Like, basically, what happened is that my stepfather, he came for a few days and he went to the airport, lost his wallet. Then the person just drove back and left the wallet, but now the driver's demanding money from me, so it's kind of a fun time. But anyway, all right, where were we? We're talking about Anisha's game. Apparently, like, Rook C2 is a draw.
Yeah.
Wait, his opponent didn't play Rook C2 here?
No,
Seriously?
he misplayed it earlier. He did something even dumber. He just gave checks, and then he was lost.
Ah, I see. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure, but I saw Anish was shaking his head during this game, and like I saw, like, because this is around the time that my game I had played like Rook D2, and so I had stabilized, I was going to win, and so I was looking around, and I saw Anish, like, he was smiling, or not smiling, he was happy, and then next thing I know, he's shaking his head like he had just blundered. I think when he played Rook, when he played Rook H1 and the guy blitzed out G4, suddenly Anish started shaking his head, and
G4
and so
was a crazy good move, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was an only move, though, wasn't it? But wasn't Rook H1 ridiculous? Wasn't D6 just winning, or am I crazy?
Well, D6 you have to consider Rook D3, right?
Yeah,
I guess that's what stressed him out.
Don't you just take and hide the king on A3, or am I crazy?
Yeah, you do, but then you have to live without a queen for a little moment.
Well, I mean, that's just what every chess player has to deal with every day of their life. So, I mean, not that surprising. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah. Anyway,
yeah. So
but,
Anish won in the end. There were a couple of big upsets though. Fedoseev lost in quite brutal fashion. I think that's the only full point upset on the top 10 boards.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but like, again, I think the thing is, it's always when you have the black games, like myself and Gukesh specifically, when you're playing the black pieces in the first game against like a 2450 level player. I mean, it's always unpleasant. Also, though, I mean, to be fair, actually, I didn't say this, but I do think that I don't know how old my opponent was, but I think she is quite promising. I do think she'll probably get the GM title at some point. I mean, just based on how she played, I mean, her time usage was really bad today against me. But I think, if she corrects some of those errors, I would be quite surprised if she doesn't actually become a GM at some point. So I don't know where she ranks amongst the Indian women right now, but I think she should become a GM at some point.
Yeah, we commented I mean, we were very impressed with her play until she just was left with too little time to continue playing to the same standard. I will be keeping an eye on her in this tournament, I'm sure. Hikaru, I think we're all out of questions for today, so we're gonna let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for dropping by, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I'll do a recap for YouTube after I eat dinner. So yeah, so I'll see you guys soon.
Fantastic. See you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And I think that is also going to be the end of today's show. Today was a good day. Tomorrow, round 2. Remember, as Hikaru said, keep an eye out on YouTube. Later on, I think, Jan Ludwig, tomorrow it's you and me again, right?
If
you know that you are there, I know that I'm there.
I'm gonna be here. Yeah,
I'll be here too. So, guys, we will see you tomorrow. And thank you so much for watching. And yeah, see you tomorrow, same place, same time.
Bye, everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, yeah. I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah. I feel like dreaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like dreaming.
Bye.